Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
I don't know.
What's going on?
National Register to Vote Day.
What are you guys doing?
I know that.
Yeah.
So, hey, do that.
Yeah.
Vote. Shocking the number of people that don't vote.
Well, I can't vote,
You can't.
but I can register to vote.
Oh, yeah, you can register to vote. I was going to say, what are you, like a felon? Or are you just,
No.
like a derelict?
Not as far as you know. I'm registered to vote, dude.
Yes.
I'm
Vote.
ready. I'm ready to go.
Vote.
Well, when they have the ballots, I will.
For the love of God,
I'm gonna vote for Trump.
vote.
I love that guy.
Just vote.
How can you not love him?
I have concepts of a plan.
You know?
Just vote. However you want to vote, just vote. It's shocking the number. Like I said, that it would always like half the country doesn't vote.
I don't know about that.
I think that's accurate. I want to say one of our last two elections got the most voter turnout ever, and it was like 60%.
Well, I know that I saw something today that said that there are 244 million U.S. Americans
U.S. Americans and such, and the Iraqs
that could vote.
Mm-hmm.
I think that are eligible to vote. And what did we get? Like 150 million votes last time?
Something like that. And it was the most ever.
So that's about right. Those numbers.
We're 31st in the developed world of people that can actually vote. Now,
Meaning
percentage-wise?
Yeah, percentage-wise, we're 34. 31st.
So we don't care about democracy that much.
Yeah. We can always do like the, I love when they ever do like when Putin wins again and he wins like 98% of the vote. And then there's like some old grandma and there's a dude with like a machine gun behind her. And she's like, I don't know. I always enjoy that they don't give him 100% though. Because like the North Koreans, he wins 100%, but Putin's like 98. There were some people, and hey.
To make it look real.
Everyone's free to their own opinion. Yeah, it's like when you go to a scramble golf tournament and one team, they're like, I'm 21 under par, as opposed to the ones like, 26. Like if you're gonna cheat, make it somewhat believable cheating. Come on, 98%, that's believable. I'd like to meet the 2% of Russians that didn't vote for him.
Well, they're dead now.
they all fell out of windows.
That's right. They need the window daddy.
Yeah, that's right. They need the expert window installation from Window Nation.
Yeah,
it's your window daddy.
In 2020, we had over 60%, and that was the highest turnout since '92. So, hey, we're getting better. And I'll bet you this one, I would hope that we have a very high number.
So, of the 40%, what do you think? I mean, is that mostly people that are just like, I can't stand any? It's like a two-party system, so they're just like, I don't know.
Well, and just some people are they just tuned out? It's just
there's that. But are they? I mean, should I judge these people? I probably should.
Well, you probably got a couple things. One, the stupid electoral college. So there's probably people in states that it doesn't matter. I mean, in all honesty,
that's
if
true.
If you're voting in Oregon,
like 45 of the states don't matter.
Yeah, that's the stupid part.
Yeah,
it's really dumb.
There's 6. Like if you live in 6 states, like holy God, show up.
And it might come down to one state.
Yeah.
It might just come down to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but it's just it is kind of creepy the way we do it in that, for the most part, if you live in one of the, I don't know, like you said, 40 plus states, it's like, you know which way it's going to go. I still think it's important.
That's probably some of it.
It's like if you're going to sit there and you're going to have some skin in the game and talk about how you want your life to go, you want your country to go, you want your city, your state to go, but you cast no vote. I don't know, then I guess then you just shut up then and take what comes your way.
I agree with that.
How about that?
I just saw that today, that it was like the National Register to vote today. And I'm one of those that's like, hey, vote whichever way you want to vote. And if the majority of people want to go one way, and I'm not with that, then, majority rules. I guess in this case, it really doesn't.
And that's the problem. I get why the Electoral College made sense at the outset, but now that we have the technology, I don't understand the rationale for not going to popular vote.
Because if that happened, one side would never win. So it's one of those things that I'm a firm believer in. I try to talk to my kids about this a bunch because my son's a little like that. My son's a little tuned out, and I try to tell him, man, you got to participate in it. You start early and participate. It should be a thing that when you turn a certain age and you're able to do it, I don't know, I think that's something that you should look forward to actually have a say, no matter how small. And look, most of the time it's the local elections that actually impact your day-to-day life more than the big stuff. But you should be an active participant in that. So anyway,
Yeah, all right.
that's my thing. National Vote Register to Vote Day.
Uneducated beer.
Vote.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that.
There you go.
Screw the learned people. No.
I'm not going to vote.
You son
Matter of
of
fact, I just changed my vote. I'm voting for Kamala now.
You're voting to. Oh, I thought you were going to change your vote to not vote.
Well, I might do that too.
Yeah. Who
I
knows?
don't know. I got a couple months.
You got a lot to think about.
That's
a
right.
lot to handle.
I'm weighing my options.
There you go.
I may vote for me.
I'm voting for punts.
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 Oh,
Punts, baby. Punts.
Iowa football.
Yeah, I got my punt shirt on today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Voting in Iowa. I'm going to move to Iowa where we celebrate the punt.
What is harder to watch? Iowa football,
Mm-hmm. That Monday night game was hard to watch.
Blazers basketball,
There you go.
Mariners baseball, or bad NFL quarterback play?
Oh, I think it's Blazer basketball. I think I went to like 4 games last year. And
Did you fall asleep?
the amount of time that I spent in my seat watching said game, if we're going by percentages, 15%.
Yeah, but let's be fair here.
Yeah.
I think that even when they were good
Mhm.
and you were going to games,
Yeah.
that was the same number.
Nah.
Yeah, it's true.
Nah.
You like to go to the bar.
Now we're
Like,
paying,
you don't care.
now we're paying attention. Dude,
No,
Blazer
you're not.
basketball is a hard watch right now.
It is.
I have kind of enjoyed. I enjoy watching bad football now. I don't know why, but I kind of laugh. Like when it's one thing if you're watching, it's like watching bad movies. I love a bad B movie, right? And here's the difference. Like if you're I'm trying to think of a movie that came out. I mentioned that stupid Civil War movie that came out last year. That was one of the worst movies I've seen in years. It's just an absolute pile of crap. But it was meant to be good, right? I can't watch that. Like someone was like, this is going to be a real edgy movie and it's going to be an indictment on our society right now. No, it was an absolute pile of crap. Just an absolute waste of my time and money. Now, when I watch Velocipaster about a religious man who turns into a dinosaur at night and avenges poor people, now we're talking.
And you consider this a B movie?
Well, B movie, C movie,
Maybe move it down a couple grades.
Yeah, when I'm watching like Nazi zombie hookers of the SS, like when you're watching something like that, you're like, okay, now we're just buckle up. I know what I'm getting. That's great. So if I'm watching a game that's just, I don't know, like poor execution and it's just, it's kind of back and forth. Like last night's game was just kind of a boring game to watch. But you give me Iowa football where I've got like 14 straight punts. Now I can really sink my teeth into that.
Maybe it's time to grab a hold of your little step ladders and go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
I need it to be so bad that it becomes good. And last night, it didn't happen. That game
So
was...
you're
that
saying
game
Iowa
sucked.
football is that?
Yes.
And the Mariners and Blazers aren't?
Nah, because they're trying. Iowa football has accepted what they are. It's like, hey, man, we're playing 3 yards in a cloud of dust and we're punting.
That's
and
fair.
I can embrace it. The Blazers try to sell me on the fact that they're good. They're putting out a product that they tell me is good. Hey, spend quality money, go see this movie, and then I show up and it's Sharknado. And I don't like dishonesty.
Yeah, but they're not.
Tell me what it is.
Come on, our eyes are open. Who's buying that? I mean, everybody knows they suck.
Yeah.
I was looking at the list of the top 75 NBA basketball players today,
Yeah,
as ranked by, I don't know, someone.
I'm guessing we don't have anyone.
The Blazers did not have one player in the top 75.
No, why would they? I mean,
Well, Jeremy Grant's pretty good.
he's not a top 75 guy. Even if he has
I kind of would have thought he would be.
Yeah, that's where you thought wrong. See, you're still thinking, oh, they should be good. No. Roll it out there. And this year, I hope they go full Iowa football. Punt on the whole damn thing. Give me capture the flag. Let's go. And I'll embrace
But
it.
NFL quarterbacks, like bad NFL quarterback, that's pretty fun to watch.
Sometimes.
It can be fun.
Yeah. But college is even better because at least bad NFL football is still like professional football. As someone pointed out here, try watching UCLA. Now we're talking.
I've done it both games.
Oh,
They
you
are
have?
bad.
Why are you watching them?
I bet on them. I bet against them twice. And you know
Oh,
what? Both
nice
of those
catch.
cashed.
I bet you bet it. I bet you bet on him.
No, I bet against them twice. I got Hawaii plus like 13. They won by 3.
Yeah.
And then the Google me bitch, Kurt Signetti. I was riding that train, and sure enough.
Indiana.
Wait, UCLA's
thumped the
1-1.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
1-1. They had a bye in between.
Yeah, they eked out Hawaii.
And then they got smashed
eked
by
out.
Indiana.
Indiana just curb stomped them. Oregon, because they got a bye. I think UCLA is on the road against LSU.
That's right.
And then Oregon's got the bye, and then I think it's actually down in UCLA. They're going
That's
down
right. It's at the Rose Bowl.
Okay, so let's play the fun
There will
game
be
of
tens of people there.
exactly over under 10,000 people in that stadium that are UCLA fans.
That are UCLA under.
Taking the under. They may lose these next 2 weeks. I'm going to go combined. The over under of those combined scores should be 85 to 17. That's what those will be the combined
I'll
scores
take the over.
of UCLA and
You're
LSU.
giving them
and Oregon.
17 points?
I'm giving them 17 points.
I was thinking combined margin, and would it be 70? Like, would they lose by
Yes.
35 a game?
I'll take the over. Combined margin, LSU and Oregon?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll
Over
lose,
70.
Yeah,
yes.
they'll lose by 7.
You think
Yeah.
they'll lose by more than 70
I
combined?
do.
35 a
Yes.
pop? Yeah, they'll lose by 30.
Yeah.
Indiana got them by 35.
Hell,
Yeah.
one team might beat them by 70.
Yeah.
And
I
it
mean,
just-
the thing is, both of those teams could. I'm just wondering, will
Will
they? This is a score as many points as you feel like it for the opposing offense.
Yeah. How often do you want to take your foot off the gas and when?
Yeah.
And even so, you'll put in the backups and it won't matter.
You know what? Everybody who is fighting for an at-large playoff bid, like if LSU doesn't think they're going to win the SEC,
Hammer people.
they are going to hammer people. Everybody you can. I mean, Ole Miss is already trying to do that.
Hey, but it's important to know, guys. UCLA in Los Angeles.
They are in Los Angeles.
You know
so
what,
is USC.
You know what else it is, that game?
What?
Maybe a little added extra incentive.
What do we got?
The Dante Moore revenge game.
Oh. So when they do call off the dogs, Dante is going to have a little something for him.
Give Dante the whole fourth quarter to carve him up.
That's right.
Bad college football is hilarious. It's great to watch.
I'm going to that lake.
Especially when it's teams that you'd like. I don't feel bad for UCLA. UCLA hasn't given 2 S about football in like 20 years, but then they pretend to care and they still end up in the Big Ten. So, dude, if if they get beat by 70 by LSU, I will be over here cackling. The only one I'll kind of feel bad about is Deshaun Foster, who shouldn't have that job in the first place, but they were like, look, we can't pay anyone. And I don't know, you're here, you played here, you want the job. And he was like, sure.
Chip Kelly was a good hire.
Kinda. Yeah.
No, I think it was a good hire.
It's okay.
I think it was a good hire.
I just like to believe the Deshaun Foster hire was kind of like when they hired Lou in Major League. Hey, Deshaun, you want to coach the Bruins? Oh, I don't know. Got a guy on the other line about some white walls. Let me think about it. Call you back. He doesn't want that job. He knows what's happening there, but they paid him a couple $1 million and it'll be guaranteed. And he's like, yeah, fine.
I'd take it.
It'll be exactly. Like, it's like when Tom Sula got hired by the Niners. He knew what was happening, and he's like, what? I get $12 million guaranteed?
Yeah.
All right. Like, you feel bad for Billy Napier all you want. That guy's about to get a check for $27 million to not do anything.
I would not say that. I wouldn't say it either.
Well, life's good.
All right, well, big show. Big show. You
Really
guys
big show.
ready for a big show
Yeah.
out here
Mhm.
in Sportsland?
And we got Diddy is in jail and
Yeah.
isn't getting released.
You know, I was going to open with that, but I forgot.
Denied.
It's good
Yeah.
club fodder.
Did you hear the judge?
It is good club fodder. No, but I saw that he will not be out on bail.
Yeah.
Did you hear it was confiscated?
Yeah, the judge dropped this one on him, and I'm getting the quote.
Tell me he dropped one of his lyrics.
No, but it would have been great. The judge looked at him and said, "Your lawyers asked me to trust you. I can't trust you, and they can't control you. Therefore, bail denied." I'm like, hell yeah!
Okay.
Dude, the judge came out throwing heat. I can't trust you. They can't control you.
I love a sassy judge.
Yeah, in prison.
He's right. Or she, he.
I saw the quote. I did not see.
Oh.
I don't know if there was a camera in the courtroom. I just saw the quote. It could be a sassy guy, judge. I don't know. It's 2024, man. I don't...
LSU only favored by 24.5 on UCLA.
Oh,
we
oh,
hammer the Tigers.
Hammer the Tigers. Hammer them. Why is that spread only 24?
I don't know.
They know something that we don't? Because I don't think so.
All right, let's get our poll question in, and that will kick off our Football Tuesday on the Fan. Oh, hey, what's up? It's me. It's your window daddy. Listen, It's time for our daily poll question. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday we asked you, is Oregon football back? Jace, 49% said not yet.
That would be me.
How about that?
More work to be done.
Half of the audience, or generally, well, not even half of the audience, half of the people who voted.
There you go. You got to prove it against the mighty UCLA Bruins. Then we'll say that you're back.
32% said damn right, and 19% said never went anywhere.
Yeah.
Today, we're asking you, one of these guys is your head coach moving forward. Who do you choose? Is it
John.
Not John, Steve Sarkisian? Is it
John.
not John, Lane Kiffin? Is it
John.
not John, Dan Lanning? Is it
John.
not John, Lincoln Riley?
But that's a good question.
Vote
Is John available?
and vote hard.
John L. Smith, maybe?
Who's the best John that's a head coach?
Currently, well, I was going to say John Wooden probably has something to say about that.
No.
If it weren't for the
He's
first 2 weeks
dead.
of this season, John Harbaugh, perhaps.
John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh.
I had a thought today. Are you ready for my thought?
Yeah, what's
Random
your thought?
sports thought.
Yeah, what do you got?
Jim Harbaugh's going to win a Super Bowl, but not until John Harbaugh is on his staff.
No. So eventually they fire him, and then he
Yep.
goes and becomes the special teams coordinator with the Chargers. And there you go.
Or
Okay.
like, I don't know, defensive coordinator. I don't know.
Yeah. I like it. It's a bold
I
statement.
mean, he's worked all.
yeah, he probably has.
John's worked offense, defense, and special
Yeah,
teams.
he was just the special teams guy when he got hired.
the Harbaugh brothers will win a Super Bowl together
Boy, wouldn't that be something?
with the Chargers.
I believe that. I could see that.
Yeah.
That's my hot take.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Harbaugh was on the sidelines for the national title game. Remember, he came down there, was
Yeah, he
standing
was just
there.
hanging out.
Yeah, he's like, hey, don't. He was like he was at Marshawn Lynch rubbing Mike McDonald's shoulders. He's just down there giving him a relax. That's a good question. I don't know where I'd go with that.
Well, we've got a blowout so far.
Well, shocker. Honestly,
Not a shocker.
I don't know how you could pick, and I know where the blowout's going. I don't know how you could pick that. I mean, he's won. I mean, it's such a weird question because he's only been here, a couple years, but he's won nothing.
Are you talking about John Lanning?
I'm talking about John Lanning,
64% say John Lanning.
of course, but
15% Lane Kiffin.
outside of just the idea of you like him, and I do too.
I mean, what a blowout.
He's not done anything. I mean, literally nothing other than he can recruit. But all those guys can recruit.
Yeah, but they don't care about that. It just says one of these guys is your head coach. Who do you want?
Yeah, I mean,
They
I guess,
like Lanning.
I guess you're just betting on the future. I think I mean, my God, I think I'd have to take Sark, and that's a little like,
Wow, really?
Yeah,
When the Oregon job opened, I wanted it to be Lane.
Yeah.
That's who I
like
wanted.
Lane Kiffin a lot.
I do too. And by the way, Lincoln Riley. Last time I checked, Lincoln Riley's a really good coach that people are kind of sleeping on.
Lincoln Riley suddenly underrated.
Yes, Lincoln
Yes.
Riley's underrated. And look at USC now that suddenly has a defense. And I mean, it's just so loaded because Lanning's he's a baby in this whole thing. Whereas Lane and Sark and Lincoln have been around for a while, but they're so much more accomplished and they've proven that they can do this over a long period of time at a high level. Lane has never done it at the level that Sark has. I mean, Sark's been a solid coach a couple different places. Obviously he had his problems, but last year he had the breakthrough in the college football playoff at Texas. This year he appears to have him rolling, the number one team in the country. Texas is recruiting like a mother bear. Yeah, I guess it'd be hard for me not to say Sark simply based on the proof's in the pudding. But I get where people are going to project and say, look, if we kick this thing out 5 years, we go with Dan Lanning. But I do think it's kind of spotty because we've seen this all the time. I mean, even Mike Norvell, right? Like Norvell builds a pretty good program down at Florida State, and people say give him time, and then he has the breakthrough year last year, goes undefeated, and now this year Florida State's awful. Charlie Weiss got a lifetime contract at Notre Dame, and that absolutely went south. So it's just like these projections are so hard. And so we see Dan Lanning in year 3 that's supposed to be this big breakout year, and let's be honest, in 3 games, 2 of them, they look dreadful. And then they come out against Oregon State, and they look great, and now we're like, oh, they're back. Well, I would kind of like to see them play out, and I'd like to see him win a conference, and before I can say that he's a proven commodity, because all 3 of those other coaches are a proven commodity as Dan Lanning is not. But to be fair to Dan, he hasn't had a chance to be a proven commodity because he's only been doing it for 2 years.
But those 2 years, he's been pretty damn good.
He's
won a lot of games.
Been solid.
Well, I mean, he's like 20. Let's see, they went
with zero conference titles.
But they went 10-2.
Yeah.
Did he go 10-2 twice?
They're 10-2 or 9-3.
I think maybe 9-3.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
So, I
mean, that's pretty good. Because if you look at Sark, you realize he's only won 10 games one time,
right?
Yeah. Last year.
That's
it.
Yeah, he was old 7-win Steve.
His best record outside of that was 9-4.
Yeah.
And a Holiday Bowl win at USC in 2014.
Yeah.
Now Lane, he went 11-2 last year.
Yeah. Like I said, and then Lincoln obviously has plenty of 10-win seasons.
Yeah. Lincoln Riley's the most accomplished.
Yeah. And yet we're all pooing all over Lincoln
He might
Riley.
be the answer.
You're not wrong.
He's bringing up the rear, though.
Yeah. And I do like it. Again, you know me, I love that all those guys can build offenses.
Yeah, Lincoln Riley, 12-2, 12-2, 12-2, 9-2, 10-2, 11-3, 8-5.
And we're like, bum.
Loser.
Bum. Been to the college football playoff, what, 2-3 times? I know he's been at least twice, if not 3 times. Loser. Lose bum. Yeah, and last time.
Wait, 4, 5, what?
What? How many times?
Oh, well, I'd have to go to another.
Okay.
Standby.
All right. Well,
for that.
He's been to the college football playoff multiple times. And last time I checked, let's see here, won 2 Heisman trophies. Actually 3, Caleb Williams, right? So he's responsible for Murray's, Mayfield's, and Caleb Williams. That's 3 Heisman trophies. You know what? I'm going to redo my answer.
Huh.
I just talked myself into Lincoln Riley.
All right.
There you go.
There you go.
Re-talked myself into Lincoln.
There you go. John Riley.
John Riley.
John.
Yeah.
John C. Riley?
Love me some John C. Riley. Now check back in 2 or 3 years and Dan Lanning may be the right answer. I don't like giving people status before they've earned it. And we do that in coaching all the time based on he's kind of the flavor of the month and people are excited about him. And I totally get why. Now, if you ask me which one of those I want to sit down and have a beer with, the answer is Dan Lanning. And I think Dan Lanning is going to do really, really good things at Oregon. But
that's
again,
a little unfair, though.
Why is that?
Well, Sark's on the wagon.
Oh, yeah.
He won't have a beer with you.
That's true.
Probably would have been fun to have a beer with back in the day.
In the day.
Maybe
know, some other things, too.
But he's sober.
Get out on that Sark boat.
Kiffin would be fun to have a beer with, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I actually think, that's a good question. I think Kiffin might even be a more fun hang than Dan Lanning.
It's entirely possible.
Yeah. But I think they're all very personable guys. And, Lanning's got the program on a really, really nice trajectory. And I think that he's going to do really good things at Oregon.
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
But we said the same thing about Mario Cristobal, and Mario did do some good things at Oregon. And yet when he left, everyone was like, oh, thank God that he's gone. We do this all the time with coaches. And
all right.
Prove it.
It's on X at 1080 The Fan. Vote hard. The Falcons, my dirty birds, pull one out.
Wasn't pretty.
That was a fun game, though. You said you didn't like the game. I liked that game.
Did you?
Well, yeah.
I liked the end of it.
It was full of drama.
The beginning and the middle part, come on.
Well, but I mean, that's the NFL.
I'm sorry. If Saquon Barkley catches that pass, that game.
Well, yeah. Of course.
Dud.
But he didn't.
He didn't.
And it changed
Yes,
on a dime.
Yeah.
That's beauty.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about it next, okay?
You like that? You like that?
Here's Buckley with sports.
Now.
crank up the T. Time to talk some NFL.
Yeah, trucks, balls, yeah! It's this super straight and manly football segment that we're about to do.
That's
Let's
right.
go.
That's right. Jason Kelsey was on the broadcast.
Can we?
Because he's everywhere now.
Well, and I understand.
There was a lot of Jason Kelsey last night.
Is it? Did we have a Philadelphia broadcast last night? If I wasn't an Eagles fan, which I'm not, no one else thought that was a bit much. It was basically a home game for the Eagles.
That's exactly what Dirt said in that promo we just played.
Oh, I didn't.
The Dirt and Sprague show.
Yeah, it was a little.
He was not happy.
It was a bit much. Like,
well, he's a bit much. Can we stop with him?
Yeah,
I'm so tired of him.
People love
He's
him.
everywhere. I turned on the Today Show this morning, and yes, that's my mistake. But I turned on the Today Show. You know what the headline was?
What?
Jason Kelsey dancing.
Oh, yeah, he was in his.
He was dancing somewhere.
He was in his tracksuit or whatever.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Why is this a headline?
I just thought it was. I just thought it was a really weird.
God.
For a nationally televised game to be about one team, I thought it looked poor. I thought it was a poor broadcast.
Well, I thought that game was fun, because the league, the NFL, as bad as the play can be and hard to watch sometimes, and it is.
Yeah.
Those games are just so hard to win, man.
Yeah.
They are hard to close out.
Well, and a lot of times it's someone loses a game, and look, that's equal parts because Philly lost it at the end, and then Atlanta Atlanta was forced to win.
That's what I'm saying. It's like that. Philly had that game,
Yeah.
until they didn't.
Yeah.
And so every decision and every play call, and every second and every timeout, everything matters in NFL games, and it's really amazing how you get down to the end and you're like, well, Philly's got this. Oh. No, they don't.
99% win probability down there.
It's just
going into that final drive at the 10-yard line.
It's insane.
Yep.
And maybe Nick Sirianni maybe run the ball.
Well, I mean, I don't understand 3rd and 3. I don't understand throwing it, but at the same time, and Kellen Moore, have you seen? I mean, obviously, Philly fans ready to run Kellen Moore out of town already.
Oh, it's Kellen Moore's fault?
Yeah, it's Kellen Moore's fault. Well, he's the one that obviously has the play call. I mean,
I think Sirianni could get fired before the season's over.
It's possible, but I would say in the first 2 weeks, I think Philly's offense looks pretty good. They had a hard time finishing drives, but
shouldn't it though? I mean, they're pretty loaded.
They're pretty loaded, right? And but so I understand the criticism on 3rd and 3 with 1:46 left. You run the ball there, and worst case scenario is you kick the field goal and you give it to them with no timeouts and a minute to go, and they got to go 80 yards. But Barkley said as much. Saquon Barkley said as much. If he just catches the ball, like Kellen Moore goes big balls McGee, which we all love when someone goes big balls McGee. It's like our favorite thing in the world when someone defies the odds and is like, dude, I'm going to put this in. I'm going to risk everything. Dude, you throw that pass 100 times, he catches 99 of them, but he just, he goes all stone hands on you, drops the ball, and now everything goes to hell. I mean, that you couldn't have a simpler pitch and catch. And Saquon Barkley just botches that thing because if he catches it, he probably walks into the end zone. Worst case scenario is he catches it and falls down for a first down, and then you take 3 knees and thanks for coming.
Well, that's best case scenario. I don't think you want him to score. I think he would have probably slid down because the game's over.
If he scores, it's a 2-possession game, and it's
right. But if you slide down, the game is over.
The game's
you
over.
literally kneel on the ball.
Just kneel on the ball.
But why not just pitch it out there? Like, I get the idea that they're stacking the box. They know you're going to run. Yeah. Pitch it.
Well, but again, a pitch is still a run, and they used the play action and slipped him out, and he was wide, and I know. Wide open.
Of course, but when you throw the ball, something like that has a slim chance of happening.
Sure.
And it happened, and it changed everything. If you at least pitch it out there, you still get the same idea of the play.
Yeah.
And it is a run, which means if you somehow botch it or he doesn't get it, the clock continues to run.
Well, and look, I'm not Nick Sirianni. I'm not Kellen Moore. I'm not an NFL coach. But I was sitting there on my couch and just thinking to myself, dude, it's 4th and 3. You're the best short yardage team, arguably of all time. And I know Kelsey's gone. You have a quarterback that squats 600 pounds with 30-inch thighs.
Oh, Jason Kelsey was there, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you know this.
Hey, I think I did see
He's
him
not
there.
gone.
Hey, does he love Philadelphia too? Does he like drinking beer and taking his shirt off?
And by the way, the other thing about that, him on the broadcast, he was terrible on there.
Yeah.
Because they kept doing the tush push, and he was in there, and he didn't really talk about it.
No.
I was expecting them to
Some
say,
insight
"Hey,
on the-
Jason,
on the-
what is this play like? Like, what makes this play work?"
No.
He's like, "I don't miss this play." That's it. All right, cool.
It's 4th and 3.
Nice insight.
Just run the tush push twice. And then, because here's where I will push back on the conventional logic of even if you run the ball and you don't get it. I absolutely loathe in today's NFL the cowardly field goal, right? So if you're up by 3, a touchdown beats you, right? You're up by 6, a touchdown beats you. I don't understand that. Yes, you make it easier for them if you don't get it to go down, kick a field goal, and you're going to be forced to go into overtime. But I will never understand the idea of just not taking 3 yards in 2 plays with the best short yardage team of all time, and the game is over. It is absolutely over in that situation, as opposed to kicking a field goal and a touchdown beats me either way. Just go for it. Because worst case scenario there, again, you give them the ball down by 3 with 45 seconds left and no timeouts. I have a bigger problem with kicking the field goal than I do throwing the ball on 3rd down. A touchdown beats you either way. I don't understand that.
Well,
and then we can also talk about the fact that to take an offense which had struggled to move the ball most of the game, to run the sort of defense that they ran at the end of that, and allow them to throw multiple deep balls down the sideline against a cover 2. And I get their corners. The corner they were picking on was a rookie. Someone should be fired for that. I mean,
who's their DC?
That's Vic Fangio. Now, Vic Fangio is a guy that doesn't necessarily like to bring pressure, and he did bring pressure earlier in the game, and that was the one where they beat him for the big touchdown. So you knew going into that last drive, people were like, oh, why aren't they bringing heat? Yeah, Fangio ain't bringing heat. Not when that's not his MO, and when he did, he got burned on it. But that's fine. You don't want to bring pressure. You want to rush 4. More power to you. But they have no timeouts. The only thing you can't do is allow them to throw it deep down the sidelines. You're playing a 2-high cover shell look, and you got your damn corner squatting on the underneath route. What are you doing? Letting them throw the ball 20-plus yards downfield.
I think that this is another thing I love about the NFL is these games always seem to be very dramatic. Many of them very dramatic at the end, no matter how quality the play.
Yeah.
And that was another one. Atlanta almost scored too fast.
Yes.
But the other thing I love about the NFL is that I think it's more so than other leagues we watch. I think that it makes all facets of your organization be good. Like, to me, in the Eagles, I think you see a hell of a GM. You see a hell of a good owner. You see a hell of a roster. You have a good quarterback. But I think they have a hole at coach.
I do. I agree. I think Sirianni is a bit exposed.
And that's why I love the NFL is that one facet of all of those facets is off, and it holds you back big time. Yep. They're 3-7 in their last 10, and it's amazing what a Super Bowl appearance can buy you. Because I think if that's last night's game, if that's Mike McCarthy, if that's even Dan Campbell takes some heat for things like this, if that's if that's Dable, dude, we are absolutely killing them today. Yeah. But now all of a sudden it's Kellen Moore's fault? Come on, man. Nick Sirianni sucks. Yeah. And I would not be surprised if Nick Sirianni doesn't get fired before the end of the season because we saw some real chinks in that armor last year. Yeah. And while they're pretty good, they should be good. They have a good roster. Everything's in place. They continue to shoot themselves in the foot.
And eke out wins or this one. There's just no way.
That's him.
There is no excuse for losing this football game.
None at all. And you know what their next 2 are? They are at New Orleans and they are at Tampa.
It's tough.
They could be 1-3, man.
Yeah. And look out because we already know there's a fractured relationship between coach and players.
That's what I'm saying.
They quit on him last year. It's just, there's certain losses, even in close games, that are inexcusable. And losing that game last night is inexcusable. And someone ultimately has to pay the price for those. And you're now, 2-7 in your last 9? At some point, all the coordinator changes, all the turnover, at some point, someone's got to be held accountable for it. And Sirianni better hope that his team gets this thing together and goes on a little run here because Philadelphia has the talent to be a Super Bowl level team. And yet they're starting to just become one of those teams you're like, hey, you're going to find a way to screw it up. You lost to a one-legged Kirk Cousins because you couldn't stop an 80-yard drive with no timeouts.
My guy Kirkers.
Kirkers, man.
Did you see that stat they showed? Quarterbacks with the most go-ahead pass touchdowns in the final minute or overtime since
Yeah.
2015.
Kirk Cousins.
You like that? You like that?
Well, it's not quite Kirk Cousins.
No.
It's Derek Carr.
Derek Carr.
Has the most at 8. Cousins has 6. Tom Brady and Matt Stafford with 5.
So what we can determine here, Kirk Cousins greater than everyone not named
I think it's pretty obvious.
Derek Carr.
It's right there in the. It's right there in the stat.
How you let them throw those balls down the sidelines is still like stunning to me. Like, because we're all going to focus on the 3rd and 1, and I'm telling you, go back and watch their coverage on those deep balls that they use to get down the field so fast. Those are worse, inexcusable mistakes as far as execution goes than the simple 3rd and 1 bootleg out, the drop pass by Saquon Barkley.
I also can't be convinced that Gardner Johnson didn't take off his helmet.
I think he did.
I think he did too.
Yeah.
And then tried to act like it was an accident when he got too caught up in it.
But it was coming off.
Yes.
It was falling off.
But he didn't try to
And
put it
then
back on.
Exactly.
It didn't just come off on its own.
He took it off.
Took it off. And then was anyone else also perplexed by the Drake London thing?
Yeah, do you think that was warranted?
I had to
penalty?
look that up.
What was that? What was he doing?
You can't mimic guns.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was doing, and
So-
that's why I thought they threw the flag. But
so-
then they were saying today that I saw somebody saying that that's not what he was doing. He was doing fireworks or something.
Well, I don't know. I thought to myself, oh my God, if they miss this because of that.
Well, thank God for Koo.
Well, and here's
Guy's
the other
the
one
man.
that I still haven't gotten an answer for. Can you take that penalty now on the kick still? Because with the new dynamic rules, because I was thinking to myself too, I'm like, dude, the kickers now from like 45, it's still automatic. Unless you're named Justin Tucker. Like, you don't miss. So I'm like, dude, he's going to make this. I was like, can I take the 15 yards on the kick? Like, if they kick that thing and get it to 30, can I just bump that thing out to the 45 and call it good? Because I'll take that at the 45, right? I mean, then I'm right there.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
I didn't know.
They didn't say.
I know. I don't know how the new kickoff rules affect that. So I just thought, oh my God, if they lose or this thing, on that,
Man.
because that was a weird flag. I was like, dude, people celebrate way worse than that. And then I was like, does that have something to do with the gun? Yeah, flag. So if I finger gun something, that's a flag?
Well, I don't know, but when
it was
I
like
saw
when they started flagging the throat slit like many years ago. You can't. I guess you can't do it.
When I saw him do that, I was like, ooh. And then the ref was right there and threw it. I'm like, I kind of get it. In this day and age, man,
That was weird.
you got to be careful with that.
Mm.
But
Hey, Drake, good one, buddy. You almost lost the game.
nah, they got a great kicker. That guy's awesome. That Koo guy. I tell you what, you want one kick.
Yeah.
Well, you got to make one kick. You probably want Butker, right? Butker says he's good from mid-60s.
He's pretty good.
I mean, he's the best kicker, right?
I would think so.
And yeah, Tucker's finally starting to show that
Tucker's
he's
starting
not.
to show that he.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean he
He's
was
still one of the best. but-
Yeah, for years he was awesome, the best, probably the best ever, Justin Tucker.
Yes.
but not right now.
Yeah.
So if you had one kick and you had to make it, Koo's up there. That
Absolutely.
guy's awesome.
Yes, he is money. The only Korean, by the way, in the NFL. I believe he's the only Asian in the NFL.
Guy's amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's hot Monday Night Football talk. What a game.
No, what an ending.
What a great game. Great football. Football's football. The only way to get better at it is more football.
Football's football. And the only way to get better at it is to play football.
You got to do football.
The best part of football is football. And so you got to do football.
Well, we're not doing football tonight.
But they did it last night.
But Thursday night we will. Let's move on to our college football Tuesday roundhouse next on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks football.
dragged a little bit today. You know, the University of Tennessee with
Vols.
Josh Heupel in the pumpkin orange checkered end zone.
Some people think Tennessee might be the best team in the country.
Some people think that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
People are high on Tennessee.
Actually, I don't know if I think that or not. I've never seen them play.
They look the part. They're rolling people right
How
now.
about that?
They haven't played a whole lot, but
Yeah. I think it's funny how we talk about teams sometimes. You know, it's like couple of big boys come out and win 70-0, and we think they're the best, even though they didn't play anybody.
no, it's just the difference is like, you know, when you play, I mean, you can only play who you play, and at the beginning of the year, I mean, most of the time it's pretty soft. So far they've played Chattanooga. They did play North Carolina State, who was ranked.
What was that score?
51-10.
Ooh. Okay.
And then they beat Kent State 71-0. So 69-3,
All right.
51-10, 71-0, as opposed to like Oregon, for example, who was ranked higher than Tennessee. You know, Oregon played Idaho and Boise State and struggled. Meanwhile, you know, Tennessee's out here beating people by 60.
I get it. But doesn't necessarily mean they're better than Oregon.
No, they got Oklahoma coming up, though.
Yeah, they do.
Well, that's this week.
Well, they'll probably pound Oklahoma.
In Norman.
Oklahoma's got some issues, it sounds like.
They've had a close one, yes, but they're 15th in the country, and we'll see what happens. It's in Norman, so.
We will see what happens, Jason. We're going to watch that, damn it.
I certainly will.
We're going to see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, in Knoxville, they're getting dragged a little bit because they came out today and said that they will charge a 10% talent fee on tickets next year to help pay for paying players.
Yeah, so the tickets are going up almost 5%. It's like 4 and some change. And then you just tacking on a nice little 10% surcharge on that, on all the tickets. And some of those tickets are quite expensive.
Yeah, so the average increase is 4.5%.
Yes.
But it's 10% on season tickets and single game purchases, as well as donations for those seats, etc.
Yeah. So basically, it's like a personal seat license, and they're just going to screw you over and keep charging you money so they can pass it on to the athletes.
To me, I guess, and I don't know what other people have said about this, but this is a giant duh.
It's coming, by the way.
What did we think was going to happen once teams started paying players? Like, did we think that fans would not incur some of the cost? Like, seriously, like, what did we think was going to happen?
And I know Tennessee's getting drug on this, but I promise you, this is coming to most programs. So, and they may slice this a different way, right? It may be called something different, but this is coming to Oregon. It's coming to Ohio State. It's coming to Bama.
Well, yeah, and I honestly don't think that it's necessarily something that should be criticized. It's just the way it's going to work.
Oh, I criticize it because if I'm a fan, although if I was a fan, I would have been out a long time ago. Like this whole thing is just stupid. Personal seat licenses are stupid. The donations that you have to make in order to buy season tickets, all of this stuff is ridiculous. And for most fans, it's priced them out anyways. I went about a long time ago, but there's diehards. Tennessee has 100,000, 110. I think it might be the largest stadium in NCAA. And people will pay it, and people are going to keep coming to those games. And it's just, it's not for me. Enough's enough.
Well, but I mean, I don't know. If you think going and watching your team is still affordable, go.
Yeah.
If you don't.
Yep.
They don't care.
No.
They're going to fill the stadium either way.
I'm tired of athletic departments claiming poverty and needing to do this. Meanwhile, you know.
Hey, whoa.
What?
They only made $75 million last year.
Only. Meanwhile, you're buying out the Billy Napiers of the world, right? I remember when, and I'll take the local schools here. Remember during COVID, and they were like, "Hey, we'd like you to just let us keep your money, even though we're not going to play games." Dude, kiss my rosy red ass.
Well, you know what another one is it's funny, like the way we talk about Oregon State and Washington. They're paying $110 million or something for these Mountain West schools?
Yeah. Because they had the war chest of money. So it drives me crazy.
There's money everywhere in this sport.
Exactly. And we're building these ridiculous facilities, and it's enough's enough for me when you cry poverty. And now that you're actually going to have to share it with the players, I'm sorry, you had free labor for 100 years. Now all of a sudden, you're having to pay players. And now we're like, well, we're going to have to figure this out. Oh, we've paid everyone else, but now we got to pay players. So now we're going to need you guys to dig deep. I mean, and then to a larger issue, and I don't know how all this, gets sorted out because, again, house settlement is still going through and the judge told him to go pound sand. If you haven't followed that thing is still working its way through. There has been no settlement, so we don't even have revenue sharing yet. That details have to be worked out. But one of the largest problems in this whole thing is football has more money than it needs and has more money than it knows what to do with. The problem is that football pays for gymnastics and baseball and wrestling and all this and that. So herein lies the problem is you have one group of athletes that are funding every other athletic endeavor. And for forever, we've told those kids, shut up and take your scholarship. When those kids are like, well, that's illegal. I want what's mine. Something eventually is going to have to give. While there is a lot of money, I do think eventually it's going to run out if you're trying to pay all the other athletes and all the other sports the way you pay and play football.
Except that I think that the TV revenue numbers in football right now are baby numbers compared to what they're going to be in the future. I mean, they're just getting started, dude. They are just scratching the surface of the amount of money that they can make on this sport.
Yeah.
And they know it. And so that's why this money being thrown around, you're right. I mean, it really is disingenuous when you're crying poor. Like, I get why, because you're used to doing that, because it's not a business model. It's more of a higher education model, right? But they keep leaning on that. You can't lean on that anymore.
No, it's
we see the numbers. Okay, so these TV revenue numbers are going to go through the roof. Like, it's insane. We're already laughing at the ACC for having $35 million a year per school.
Yeah, laugh at them.
TV revenue deal. We're like, oh my God, you dummies, that's so low. I mean, 5 years ago, we wouldn't have said that's so low. 5 years ago when they signed it, we're like, wow, look at that. Yeah. And now it's a joke. So these numbers, like, you look at the numbers in the NFL, and I don't think college football is going to get to the NFL in terms of popularity or revenue or anything. But the room for growth in revenue is astronomical in college football, and these schools know it.
Well, and then conferences are going to start selling naming rights and again, private equity and all that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many revenue streams that they haven't tapped into because they're so slow because they're educators, they're not businessmen.
I'm just tired of the universities turning to the Johnny, I guess it's not Johnny Sixpacks. A lot of these donors have a lot of money. It's just at some point, even if I was a wealthy donor, at some point, enough's enough. Quit trying to get me to come into my pockets. And when you have more than enough,
but
you
if
just
you
want to spend it.
Well, yeah, but they've always had more than enough. And you've reached in your pocket before. And the question is, it's your team, how much are you willing to pay for it?
Yeah.
And they will price people out. They already have, and they will continue to do so. It's basically just supply and demand.
Yeah.
And I know people don't like that, but it is what it is. 10%, by the way, I thought was low. I'm not kidding. I was like, wow, that's pretty only fair. 10%. That's fair. Because it's going to be worse in other places.
Yeah. So, I don't. And today, someone pointed out, Georgia passed an executive order today allowing the school to pay NIL compensation directly through the school. So you throw that thing in there.
Virginia has that too.
Yeah. So, and that, how does that end up with this House settlement? I mean, if you don't know, the House settlement that was supposed to go into effect here, the reason why it died on the vine was the judge that looked at it said, wait, you have all these different caps on what NIL and who can pay what. She's like, no. She goes, this is you're being sued for manipulating a fair market system, and yet you're trying to manipulate the system in the settlement. And she was like, no, go back and deal with this. We're not dealing with it. So the NCAA is still trying to have their cake and eat it too, because the model that they've had has been so one-sided. They still can't understand that those days are long gone.
It's going to take time.
Yeah.
But they'll get there. And in the meantime, you will pay more.
Yeah.
To watch your team. But at least the players will get paid.
Yeah. Something. Although some fans are probably still mad about that. Take your scholarship and like it.
Well, okay.
Stop paying.
If you feel that way, stop going.
There you go.
Stop paying your money.
Yep.
You little bitch. God. All we have is grievances.
We do have a lot of grievances.
Get creative. Steal that guy's money. Coming up next, do Beaver fans suddenly now not want to play the Civil War? Our college football Tuesday Roundhouse continues on The Fan. right, nice to have you along. It's Tuesday. The rain's a-coming. You saw that, didn't you, Jace?
I did not.
Yeah, it's coming in.
I did not. Is it raining currently, or
No.
it's on the way?
Next hour or two, they're saying. Big wall of water coming in.
Huge water.
Like a tidal wave.
Ocean water. You've never seen water like this.
I think it's supposed to clear out tomorrow.
So we have seen water like this before.
Well, yeah, we're in the Northwest.
Oh,
I mean, come on, man.
I thought everything was always the biggest and the greatest, and we've never seen anything like it.
It's wet here.
It is wet.
We have our College Football Tuesday Roundhouse in full effect right now. I see where the Beaver fans may now be wanting to not play the Civil War.
Oh, I don't know. I think there's always a percentage of them that have been like that. And look, you got drubbed. But to be fair, you've been drubbed plenty in this. Look, let's be honest. The Civil War for a while was really competitive, but it's the same thing with the Apple Cup. Like, Washington was in the national title last year, and the Cougs just beat them. So yes, going forward, there is going to be a decided advantage, and I think there always has been in modern times a decided advantage in both of these games. Washington and Oregon are the haves, and Washington State and Oregon State have to do more with less. We all know that, and that's about to get a lot worse when one side's in the Big Ten and will eventually be pulling in $100 million, and the other side's TV deal is going to be somewhere in the 10 to 12 range.
Well,
so do you not want to do that simply because there's an advantage on the other side?
Well, I think I don't know. It just seems to me that the flow chart of how collective Beaver fans feel about playing that football game is quite windy. Because when Oregon first left and Oregon State found out their fate, a lot of them were like, no way we're playing those a-holes.
Sure.
F them. They left us. We're out.
Mm-hmm.
Time passes. The game's on the schedule. Oregon has a couple clunkers out of the gate. You're like, you know what? Yeah, let's play it. Let's kick their ass. This is great. And then they get their ass kicked.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we shouldn't play those a-holes anyway. The flow chart is fantastic.
Yes.
At least so far, because I saw. So we've done a poll on it along the way, and Dirt Sprague did one after the Civil War, and it was back down. Remember, we had it like 50-50 originally, where a lot of people were like, play it. Half the people were like, don't play it. And then it was like 80%, oh, yeah, play it.
Yeah.
Because we're going to win.
we gonna do it.
And now it's back down. I forget the results of the Dirt and Sprague poll question, but they ran one yesterday, and it was back down to, 50s or 60s.
Yeah. Well, there was a stretch there.
It's just kind of funny to me.
Yeah, there was a stretch there from 98 to 2007, right? That was the only time in this rivalry in modern times that has been a real rivalry, right? Oregon State, Oregon, Oregon State, Oregon, Oregon State, Oregon, Oregon State, Oregon, Oregon State, Oregon State, right? That was that stretch.
What year she said?
That would have been 91.
Hello.
Or excuse me, I'm sorry. 98 through 2007. You had flip-flop every year, and then Oregon State won 2 in a row in 2006 and 2007.
Yeah, those were good times.
Those were good times. And a lot of those were big-time games, right? Championships on the line, berth in the Rose Bowl. But if you go back before that, if you go back to like the mid-70s, dude, Oregon won like 18 of 20.
Yeah.
And then since then, I think Oregon has won 15 or 16 of the last 18, something like that. And the Apple Cup's even worse. Like, the Apple Cup is worse than that. I mean, Washington just owns that thing, because for a long time, Washington was one of the best programs in the country, and Washington State was not. So I think the reason why some Oregon State fans are like, well, I don't want to play this anymore, is not because they left, and not because it's being played in September, right? Now, granted, it sucks that they left, and it sucks they left you behind, and it sucks that, that game is played in September. It felt so weird. But if you had taken this, had Oregon State won that game, this would be completely different. Right. Go ask Washington State fan if they want to keep playing the Apple Cup.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so this is more about the fact that you got drilled, you think you're going to get drilled, and this is all I'm saying to Oregon State fan and Washington State fan. You've been getting drilled. Like that, this series has not been competitive. You have one 10-year stretch in the history of this thing where it's been a real series, where it's been competitive. And by the way, most of those games that Oregon has won, they're not real competitive. 65-38, 37-20, 49-21, 48-24. There's 36-35, 47-19.
Yeah, but it's awful fun when they win.
It is. And so wouldn't it still be fun? Even if you go through these stretches, which you're currently in right now, where, 5 years in a row you get your teeth kicked in. One of those years, it's a close game and you almost do it. And then, every 7 years or so, by God, you pull one off. You have one from 2 years ago, which, by the way, you were getting drilled. Like, you were getting embarrassed in that game, and you came back 38-34. Will any Beaver fan ever forget that game? Because I won't. I remember sitting on my couch being like, oh my God, what else is on? And then being like, wait, is this happening? It was one of the most amazing college games I can remember. I'll never forget it. So to get rid of that simply because
How about that?
you're going to lose the majority of these games, that is such a foolish argument because you are always going to lose a majority of these games.
Yeah, well, now you get a payday playing the
Yes.
game.
And you probably need that payday, to be honest with you.
Well, but you can get that at a lot of places.
That's true.
I mean, I don't know. I see both sides. I really do. I see the Beaver fan who's like, F them, forget it. Well, in-state rivalry, I mean, they have lost a little bit of their luster because of all of this.
But to Suk's point, it's so results-based. Like
Yeah.
he mentioned the other side. I have a buddy who's a diehard Cougs fan, and since about springtime, he's been saying how the college football season is going to suck, how there's no point in even watching anymore,
Yep.
how the whole thing is ruined. Guess who's puffing their chest out this week and can't wait to be back in Pullman for the next game? Like, it's just... It goes like that.
my.
Yeah, no, it's definitely true. I was looking at so there was a little nugget about the Beavers and Ducks basketball game today. They're playing that November 21st, and they're going to do a home and home. So this one's in Corvallis, and the next year they're going to play in Eugene. And then I went and looked. I was out of curiosity. I was like, oh, I wonder what Oregon State's doing for their basketball schedule.
Yeah.
And so I went and looked on there, and I've totally forgotten, but they're playing that West Coast Conference schedule. They're playing UP and Gonzaga. Mm-hmm. And honestly, I sat there like, and I know the Beaver fan's not going to think this, but as an impartial observer, I sat there and went, you know what? That's fantastic. Because they suck anyway.
Yeah.
They never freaking win at basketball, except for that Elite Eight run a couple of years ago. You can still get to the tournament through the West Coast Conference. You're probably going to get more wins. It's going to be, I don't know. I was like, that's actually kind of, I don't know, it might help them. Except for the Gonzaga games.
Yeah.
But I thought that was kind of cool.
Hey, it sounds like they may be trying to rope Gonzaga into the new Pac-12 as a basketball-only school. They're in St. Mary's.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scuttlebutt.
Yeah, so get rid of them. So now who's the best team? St. Mary's?
St. Mary's.
Best team in there?
Well,
Oregon State going to be one of the better teams in the West Coast?
So the scuttlebutt is that you're making a swing at Tulane and Memphis, and then trying to pry UNLV away from Nevada, and then getting Gonzaga and then maybe St. Mary's as basketball-only schools and calling it
Look,
good.
here's all I'm saying. These changes aren't all that bad, are they? Are they? I mean, I
Yes,
get
they
it.
are.
I think the worst part. Well, the worst part is the money. That's the
money. The money hurts.
The TV revenue part is really
It's terrible.
Because I mean, I was thinking this weekend. They're telling us that the gap between the haves and have-nots is widening.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it is because Memphis just won at Florida State and UNLV beat Kansas and Toledo won at Mississippi State.
Sure.
And I think there was even another group of 5 that beat a Power 4.
Well, Northern Illinois.
Well, but there was another one last weekend.
Oh,
and then you also had Northern Illinois beating Notre Dame. And you see, and Idaho just giving Oregon a run for their money. You look at these games and you go, well, it's not really widening, but I think over time, as the financial gap widens, that's where you're going to see the widening.
Yeah.
That's the crappy part.
Yeah.
But in the short term, I mean, I think it's more fun to see Oregon State possibly having a better football season with their current team by playing Mountain West competition than getting drubbed in the Pac-12.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all up for debate. Do you want to? And we talked about this, and it's there's no right answer. Do you want to be the big guy at the little kids table, or do you want to be the weird uncle at the big boys table that no one wants to talk to? So and that's just. But when at the end of the day, when schools are going to be raking in $100 million a year in their TV deals, and you're making 12, you can't tell me that isn't just devastating. It just is. And yes. Occasionally there'll be a handful of these upsets, but none of these teams are going to be competitive against the big boys on a regular basis. It's just not, especially now that you can pay players. You will be paying players. The athletic gap that's already there. And when you watch Oregon and Oregon State on the field, dude, the physical gap is enormous. And that doesn't mean that the little kid can't rise up every now and then win, but we know that this sport is about Jims and Joes. And when revenue sharing and NIL and all that stuff, when it's at full blast, and one school has X amount of dollars and the other school has a tenth of that, that talent gap is going to continue to increase.
Well, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah.
But this is why playing in the Mountain West and the West Coast Conference for basketball could be viewed as better. I'm not saying Beaver fans are going to view it that way. Of course they're not.
No.
It's rough.
It is a perception thing, yes.
But from an impartial view, I'm like, well,
yeah, but you don't have again, what if they told you that Kansas had to go down and play little kid?
I get it where Beaver fans coming from. I'm just saying that, if you get drubbed by Oregon State and then you follow that up in the Pac-12 with USC and I don't know, then you have to go say to Arizona, which is even that hard. Yeah. You're looking at what? 2 and 4 start, 2 and 3 start?
Yeah.
Whereas right now, you look at their schedule, they can bounce right back and beat Purdue this week.
Yes.
And Purdue's in Big Ten, of course, but they're not very good.
Yeah.
And then you go down the Mountain West schedule, like, you know what? This team could still win 8 or 9 games.
Yeah.
I mean, it could.
Absolutely.
And I think about college football that sometimes, and I don't really know how it was able to do this, but it's the only sport that is so there's just no competitive balance. There never has been. That's the fallacy. The fallacy is that, this is going to kill it. It's always been this way. There's always been like 5 to 10 teams that can win it, and everybody else is just playing for a nice bowl game.
Yeah.
You're still playing for that.
Yeah.
And for
actually maybe with better access to your point.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And so in some ways, it's like nothing's really changed. It's just you get a little taste of beating an Oregon or having that one year where you're sniffing a Rose Bowl and you think that that's the new trajectory. No. Well, it never has been. No. It never was. It's cool for a season, but this is a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a sustainable model.
I don't know, but and again, try convincing Beaver fan of that. Yeah. I'm just, from my perspective, I looked at that West Coast Conference schedule. I'm like, that's kind of nice. Yeah. They won't be 2 and 20 in conference anymore.
I used to try to tell BYU fan this, and I played at one of those schools, and it's hard, man. It's hard to convince fans of that.
They got a case of the suppostus.
Yeah. Well, and imagine being, I used to talk to BYU fan, and you know what they throw at me all the time? We won a national title, and I just would laugh and be like, well, hold on to that, because there ain't another one coming.
But in college football, you can still have a successful season and not sniff a championship.
Yes.
There is no other sport really that we feel that way.
Yeah.
We just are chasing championships and perennially disappointed.
And I would say go ask Boise State, because Boise State has built a really, really good program that I think feels really good about themselves, and they will never and have never sniffed a national championship.
And they don't have a case of the suppostus because they've never been in the Pac-12.
Some of them do, but for the most part, I think Boise has a realistic view of who they are. But yes, to your point, they never went down. They've only gone up.
Do you want to hear coaches yelling at their own fans?
Absolutely. Let's go.
Because we had another Sam Weish moment in college football this past weekend.
You don't live in Cleveland. You live in Cincinnati.
And we will play that for you. Wait till you hear which coach it was. Next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Okay, a little audio exercise here for you. I was mentioning Sam Weish of the Bengals, of the Bungholes back then, back in the day.
I do.
You remember that?
I don't remember calling them the Bungholes, but, they were good back then.
Yeah, he was the coach of the Bengals and
went to a Super Bowl, damn near beat the 49ers.
I don't even remember what was going on during the game, but
they were it was them in Cleveland and people in Cincinnati were throwing crap on the field because they weren't happy.
So here's that. And I don't know what year it was, but
oh god, this would have probably
when I pulled the clip, it said it was 1989.
I was gonna say this would have been late 80s, early 90s, and there was a controversial call or whatever, and people were throwing stuff, and they kept having to stop the game. And so they asked, Weish to come on and address the fans. So he went over and grabbed a mic and talked to the fine people of Cincinnati.
Yo, those are nice. Hold on one second.
Candace, what's up? I think my daughter's going pro.
I think there's an ad.
Uh-oh.
That is not what that was supposed to sound like.
No, I don't think that was it.
Sounded like an ad.
Yeah, that was an ad.
Patty Mahomes there?
That was definitely Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
What, he's in a commercial?
Well, do you want to play the one we heard over the weekend? There's the new Sam Weish.
Yes, yelling at the fans.
Yes.
Our fans, we love you. Stop throwing the cards on the field. That's 2 15-yard penalties. Please stop throwing the cards on the field.
That was Justin Wilcox.
Yes.
Our dear friend. Yelling at Cal fans.
Our undefeated friend.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't watch them, but I'm sure they're looking good.
Yeah, they're 3-0, man. They beat Auburn.
And here's Sam Weish.
Will the next person that sees anybody throw anything onto this field, point them out, and get them out of here. You don't live in Cleveland. You live in Cincinnati.
That's so great.
You don't live in Cleveland. You live in Cincinnati.
Oh, it's good times.
That's great stuff. Yeah, so Wilcox had to...
and by the way, update. I always thought, this has been so long ago, I always thought that was against Cleveland. It was not. It was against the Seahawks.
He was just...
He was
taking
just
shots at their rival.
I thought he was taking a shot because they were playing the Browns, but it was against the Seahawks, and they started throwing beer bottles and trash on the field after a controversial call. That I remember. And then the Seahawks refused to continue the game until they could get things under control. They're like, dude, we're not playing like this. And that's when he came over and did it's a great line. You got to admit.
Oh.
It's a great line.
And, I mean, people loved it. They ate it up. You hear them cheering. They're going, yeah!
You don't live in Cleveland. You live in Cincinnati.
So I did find a couple other coaches addressing fans. One happened pretty recently. Do you remember Kawhi Leonard's return to San Antonio?
No.
Leonard.
Oh, Popovich.
Coming an average of 21. Had that Monday. 80% from the line on the season. And Kawhi with 8 points tonight. 3 of 5 from the floor. It is only 3.
Excuse me for a second.
Pops on the mic.
Stop all the booing and let these guys play. It's got no class. It's not who we are. Knock off the booing.
I'm telling the fans to lay off Kawhi Leonard. But that's not San Antonio.
Well, I don't believe I've ever seen that.
Well, I don't believe I've ever seen that. Was that Mary Poppins on the call?
I don't know who that was on the call.
I love they tried to get people to not boo.
Yeah, that was I forgot it was about. Well, actually, I'd totally forgotten about that whole thing.
Well, I mean, booing.
But booing, you can't tell your fans not to
exactly,
boo.
You can boo whatever the hell you want.
Shut up, Pop.
Now we have Buzz Williams of Virginia Tech telling fans not to cuss.
Guys, quit cussing. Quit cussing. And don't throw anything on the floor regardless of what's happening.
I mean, not a very inspiring message, but hey, quit cussing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, every now
you got to pull a wise. You got to have a line.
You got to have
You got to get them on your side. And
Or
then
you can
they'll
you can bag about the penalties. That's what Grant McCasland of Texas Tech did.
It's near midcourt. Everybody listen. Hey, right here. Everybody listen. Everything that gets thrown on the floor, we're going to get a technical foul. Listen to me. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. Nothing else on the floor. Am I clear?
Okay, yeah, you're clear.
Yeah.
He has coach voice.
Yeah. Hey, man, it's tough to control a mob.
Raspy coach voice.
It just goes to show you get enough people. Like, good luck controlling that thing.
Well, that's why I say you got to have a Weish.
Yeah.
Like, you got to relate. Like, you got to say something that gets them on your side. So listen to Wilcox again.
Our fans, We love you. Stop throwing the cards on the field. That's two 15-yard penalties. Please stop throwing the cards on the field.
Okay, so we got to please.
Please.
We got to we love you.
We love you.
And, hey, this is costing us yards, so that's...
Yeah.
That's good.
The Weish's is still the best.
Oh, by far.
It's hands down.
I thought Coach K had one recently, too, didn't he?
So I looked for that, and basically what he did was he kind of like ran across the floor, and he was screaming not on the microphone for the student section to shut up because they were being disrespectful of, I think, Jeff Capel. But, yeah, he has dressed down that student section many times, but he hasn't gotten on the microphone to do it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, good luck. I mean, if you are a coach and you think you can control the mob, by all means, have at it. I just know that's easier said than done. When you get a bunch of drunk a-holes at the stadium and they're whipped into a frenzy. Although I also don't agree, like the throwing stuff, absolutely, that's ridiculous. But telling a fan base not to boo or whatever, like, the cursing though makes sense. Remember a couple years ago, Oregon did the F the Mormons chant. That was classy. And then they were like, it's only a few of us.
Cristobal didn't even tell him to stop.
It wasn't that bad. What are you talking about? It's fine. It's no big deal. No, I'm pretty sure that was Lanning.
And it's probably longer than we have time for, but
was that Lanning?
I have
that
the...
was just 2 years ago, I think.
Was that? I thought it was...
No, I was at that game. That was when they were playing BYU. I'm fairly certain that was 2 years ago, and I think that was Lanning. Okay. But I may be wrong.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But the Warriors' new ownership, Joe Lacob, he was giving a speech at Chris Mullins' jersey retirement, and they had just traded Monte Ellis, and the fans were like letting him have it. Chris Mullin tried to come to his rescue, and Rick Barry tried to come to his rescue, saying, like, please show some respect. You don't need to do this. This isn't the fans that you are, and it didn't stop.
I think it's very important to embrace history. Something that hasn't been done in the past, perhaps, as well. And when you speak of Warriors history, there's no one
I got it.
Here comes Mullen.
As the greatest fans in the NBA, as everyone stated, sometimes change is inevitable and it's going to work out just fine. With your support and patience, and use that passion in the right direction. This thing is going in the right way. I've got great confidence in Joe, Mark Jackson, and everything will work out just fine. Just a little bit of patience. Use that passion.
Hey, 1 second here. Come on, people.
So Barry cuts him off.
You fans are the greatest fans in the world. As everybody said that. Show a little bit of class. This is a man that I've spent some time talking to. He is going to change this franchise.
See, that doesn't work.
It spirals.
This is crazy. Seriously. Come on. You're doing yourself a disservice.
Shut
All the
up.
wonderful accolades
I want to
being
boo
sent
him.
to
Boo!
you, for you to treat this man who is spending his money to do the best that he can to turn this franchise around, and I know he's going to do it. So give him the respect he deserves.
Boo! Screw you.
It is kind of adorable to hear someone like begging the mob to stop, and the mob wants nothing to do with it. By the way, it turns out that Rick Barry and Chris Mullin was right. They went on and did some pretty cool things.
Yeah, it's just...
I think anyone that was there booing is like, you know what, my bad. That's
there were a lot of people had to give Joe Lacob his flowers after.
Yeah, like years later, you're like, hey, just by the way, I was booing and yeah, I was wrong. Sorry about that. That was me. Sorry.
All right, we got to run. Well,
boo! Boo!
Nice job by Justin Wilcox out there.
When me and my buddy go to the Timbers games, we often find it great when people start booing, and then we do the sarcastic boo along. We never know what we're booing for, but it's just great when the crowd just out of nowhere for boo. It's such a weird thing for a group of people to do. Just randomly sitting there and we all just could decide, boo!
F you.
We're unhappy, boo!
Talk to me. All right, we got to run. We must run. We're going to run out the door.
All right.
Because we've got to play some ads for you. But after those, we have in the news, guess who's coming to Portland? Here is Buck.
Now.
Monday, but it's not. It's a Tuesday. It is September 17, 2024. It's time now for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Today is National Monte Cristo Day.
Oh, I love a good Monte Cristo. You don't see them that often, but La Provence has a delightful Monte Cristo.
Yeah, you don't see them that often,
that I recommend.
They're not easy to make, and so restaurants that have them, you better be able to do it right, because it's just not good if you don't.
I'm telling you, try the one at La Provence. It comes with a wonderful jam. Couldn't recommend it more.
And as you mentioned earlier, it is National Voter Registration Day.
Yes, and to all the people that are all butthurt about that, vote however you want. I'm just saying vote. Everyone. It's embarrassing that at times, half of our country doesn't vote.
You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
Vote however you want, but go cast your vote, make your opinion heard, and this one's kind of important.
In the news brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. I teased this by saying, guess who's coming to town? Guess who's coming to town?
I don't know.
Justin Timberlake.
Oh, JT, huh? Meh. That's two thumbs. Meh.
Hide the rental cars.
I don't think he's that big of a deal anymore.
He has a 2025 tour called the Forget Tomorrow World Tour.
Oh, okay.
And he will be here on January 13th.
I'm asking a dead serious question, because for a while, dude, Timberlake was as big as it got.
Modus Center.
Is Timberlake still, is he still like a big cheese? Or
I guess we'll find out.
I feel like he's fallen into a tier back, because he used to be on the tier with Bruno Mars.
Yeah, I remember when he came here a number of years ago, that was like the hottest ticket. Like that was like, I'm not gonna say it was quite like trying to get Taylor Swift tickets, but I had people like, hey, can you get me Justin Timberlake tickets? And I just laughed and was like, yeah, good luck with that.
That was 2019's last time he played here.
Yeah, it sold out in like 6 seconds.
I think he's in a different tier now than he was then.
Yeah, and just for whatever reason, he's had some issues and, kind of got slandered a little bit. And so I kind of feel like Timberlake's
I guess my issue would be, is he putting out anything good now? Like, is he doing anything new? I haven't heard anything new.
I have not heard a lot of this.
The last thing memorable he did was that "Sunshine in My Pocket" song from the Trolls movie.
Sunshine.
That I don't think
in
that's
my
pocket. I don't think that's the way it goes.
Makes me happy. What?
I don't think
John Denver, the
quite
great.
How that goes, but
who's better, John Denver, Justin Timberlake? Only one correct answer.
That's a good question.
Isaac Robb.
I'm saying John Denver, but anyone who's not 60 years probably says Justin Timberlake.
We have a suspect. We have a sus on the loose.
What's happening?
Yeah, we have a sus.
Oh, who I got to look out for?
Well, you remember the Larch Creek fire?
I do remember that.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
The suspect who started that fire, he is a 51-year-old man by the name of Christopher Meneely.
Mm-hmm.
He did not show up for his scheduled arraignment.
No, you can't do that.
And he is currently at large.
We're trying to cheese him. He's on the lam, and we're trying to cheese him.
He's on the lam. A warrant has been issued for his arrest.
What does he look like?
Well, that's a good
Should there be like a mugshot of him out there?
Oh, here he is. Look at this guy.
Does he look exactly like...
There's your boy. Looks like an insurrectionist.
Yeah, damn it.
He's got a long braided beard.
It's another one. It's not me,
White
damn
guy. Burned more than 18,000 acres.
Yeah, you can't do that.
$14 million in suppression costs, whatever that means.
Well, probably again having to suppress the fire. You got to go put the fire out. It's expensive.
Yeah, well, they can't find him.
Although, like, even when you catch that guy, I'm always like, if you find me $18 million, you might as well find me $1 billion. Because let me tell you, I don't have 18 million. I don't have $1 billion, so it's all the same. You're not getting 18 million bucks out of that guy.
Why wouldn't they just hold on to him?
Yeah, I don't.
You know,
I don't
is that
think,
not?
Yeah, those are probably one of those where you're not a violent crime. That's like you're not in danger of running. Although I guess he did run.
Well, he ran.
He ran.
Idiots.
They'll pick him up and where's that guy going?
What if they never find him?
Well, that would be impressive. He went all Whitey Bulger, but I'm guessing that they're
well, they found him.
Yeah. Yeah, like, what was it, like 20, 30 years later, they'll find this donkey.
For the, well, here, I'll hold on to this story for our next seggy.
Mm-hmm.
But more human remains have been found.
Yeah, I saw this.
Your state.
We're just stumbling across bodies.
It's always up in Washington.
That's how we do it up there, man. Got a lot, you know what? We have a lot of woods. We have a lot of scraggly woods.
A lot of places to put the skulls.
Yeah.
All right. In the news continues next on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports. A view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation. Online at windownation.com.
3rd down 5. The ball at the 8 of Philadelphia. Cousins in the gun. 3 receivers right. Looks into the nickel. The shotgun snap. The center block. The line drive throw. Far side. Caught. Touchdown. At the pylon. London caught it chest high. Touchdown. Atlanta. 34 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I love Kevin Harlan.
Yeah.
He's the best.
He really is the best.
Still, no excuse, and I mean no excuse for Philadelphia to lose that game. Wow. Good for Cousins, by the way, on his little nub leg, pulling that comeback out of his arse.
Little peg leg out there.
Peg leg out there. Hey, they put him under center. So.
Hey, buy 2 windows, get 2 free right now at Window Nation. 0 down, no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate by calling 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
You like that? You like that?
Seahawks football is on the Fan.
Walker's going to run it again. JSN throws a block. Walker turns upfield.
All right, let's get back to In the News. September 17, 2024. We were talking about human remains.
We found some.
We found some more human remains.
Except we know who these are.
Yeah, they think, right?
Yeah, it was an assumption.
Yeah, we like to assume.
Yeah, we make some assumptions.
And then we just go with that.
Yeah, let's go with it. Well, I'm sure there's some sort of testing.
They would not
Here's the
want,
situation.
You and I, they would not want on any sort of scientific team.
I would not be known for my detailed work. So it'd be like, hey, who do you think that is? And
That's
I'd be
probably
like,
that guy who. Man, we found his car not far from. It's probably.
Yeah, someone went missing, and I don't know. It's
probably that guy.
That's good enough for me.
For the third time in the last month, a set of human remains were found in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest up in Washington.
Yeah.
That's where you live.
I don't know exactly where that is.
Washington.
Well, I know where Washington is.
I would hope.
Yeah, where is this forest? What was the name of the forest again? Gifford?
Yeah. Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. It's just north of... Oh. Actually, it's right by Clark College.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
It's just right behind... Oh, no, that's the headquarters. Sorry.
I was like, what? No,
Yeah.
Because this is in Lewis County.
Timesies.
It's up by Mount Rainier.
Did you know their headquarters is right behind the Fort Vancouver there?
Yeah. Yeah, Clark College?
No, Gifford-Pinchot National Forest headquarters.
Oh, that's a little weird.
Isn't that odd?
That is weird.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. I guess you're not going to have the headquarters out in the middle of the National Forest.
Yeah, we're going to plunk an office down here in the middle of this national
Where are
forest.
most National Forest headquarters?
Apparently right behind, Clark
Fort
College.
Vancouver.
Fort Vancouver, yeah. Yeah, this is out. It's right, it's to the little south and to the right of Mount Rainier National Park.
Yeah, I see it there.
By Great Longmire, Washington.
I see lots of trees.
I would assume so.
Good place for skulls.
I would this is a look. I'm just always stunned that anyone gets caught with like murdering someone. You just drive the body out to those places. Who finds how many years this person's been missing for a couple years?
Yeah, they said this guy that they think it is John Hopkins of Seattle.
Yeah, he's a hiker.
He was 69 and he was reported missing in November of 2022.
Yeah, so probably not foul play. He just was a hiker and he was an older fella and something happened and there you go.
Yeah, they said hunters located belongings believed to be associated with him about 1.5 miles northeast of the parking lot where they found his car.
See, that would have been good enough for me. I find a wallet and then we find some remains and I'm like, there you go. But I think about that all the time when I'm like, you driving like through anywhere in the middle of nowhere. I think about that way too often. I'm like, who on earth would ever find anything? If you drove someone out to some national forest and dumped them out there, what are the odds of someone stumbling upon that?
Well, this raises a question. How many bodies
way more than you think
are deep in the forest?
Way more than you think. Way more.
In the Northwest, Washington and Oregon, what do you think?
Lots.
How many?
That is like over
thousands?
Yes.
Really?
I'm convinced of that.
I wonder how many missing people there are.
Because you think about because most of the time that this happens, it's usually like runaways and people that aren't really tracked by anything. And
I'm trying to remember the name of it. I watched just a chilling documentary about a ton of the indigenous women and sex workers that go missing along America's like most traffic truck routes.
Yeah, it goes all the way from like Arizona to Florida and
there's all these barren places and people just disappear.
Yep.
Thousands.
Yep. Just gone all the time. And no one ever reports them missing. And
so I would imagine the missing people count, missing persons count, would be higher in areas like ours because there's more places to put their bodies.
Yes. Well, imagine.
I mean, I don't know if that's true. I'm spitballing here. I mean, I would bet that Alaska
is probably number
has
one.
the most.
You would think. No one's finding
because you ain't finding them.
No one's finding anyone in Alaska.
But there's nobody up there though.
It's true. So it's a push-pull thing there. Like, you got to have enough people for people to do stuff to.
Right.
But then you also have to have the woods.
So it brings us back to West Virginia.
I'm thinking like, that's probably pretty good. West Virginia.
Or Tennessee.
Texas is probably a big one.
Texas.
Again, you're driving through some of those places. You've driven through Texas. Dude, there ain't nothing.
I have driven, but also not a lot of places to hide a body there. It's just barren. But I drove from Atlanta to Tucson one time. And I don't know if you know, but Atlanta's in Georgia and Tucson is in Arizona.
It's a long stretch.
It's a long drive.
Yeah.
99.9% of that was Texas.
It's just...
I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
At least that's what it felt like.
So again, I just ask, if you went out and dug this is so morbid, but if you dug even a remotely, I mean, just dig a shallow grave out in the middle of West Texas and put someone in that, and then covered it up with like more than 3 leaves and a twig. No one's finding that body
because no one's stopping there.
Nobody.
Yeah.
No one.
Like you'd have to be really lucky to find anything.
Or really unlucky to get caught.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's what they say about that road. I know of what Buck's talking about.
There's a name for it. I can't remember it.
Well, it's called like the serial killer highway.
Something like that.
And by the time anyone goes missing, you're already 3 states gone. It's just Thunderdome out there.
Could you send me directions to that?
I don't know. What are you talking about? I don't know where it's at. I don't know why I know so much about this. I've never done such a thing.
Oh man, I don't even know who I'd kill. You know?
Well, the key
it
happens. The key is it can't be someone that you know.
Oh.
If it's someone that you know, they'll get you.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's got to be
because the people they know you, and
yeah,
it's always someone close to them.
Yeah, it's always like, hey, when someone goes missing or whatever, it's always the husband or the boyfriend, jilted lover. Yeah, you gotta go rando. How about this? Stop killing everybody.
Who do you think would find a body first? If we quit our jobs, the 3 of us quit our jobs, and we all set out.
Went body hunting?
Yeah. My money's on Souk.
Like, we're specifically trying to find bodies, or just in our day-to-day activity?
No. This is our new job. Our new job is to go find more skulls. No, not just find a body. Who can bring back the most skulls?
Ooh, boy, that's morbid.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I don't like swamps, so.
We're in the Northwest.
Yeah.
We don't have swamps.
Yeah, that's me. I'm more comfortable being out in the woods.
I think Souk.
You're not making it. Buck, you don't seem like much like an outdoorsman.
I'm not much of a woodsman.
Yeah.
I just don't care enough. I'd be like, maybe there's a skull under that branch over there. Nope.
I am a bit of a true crime documentary enthusiast,
Let's go get a beer.
I'm interested, but I'm not resourceful.
This is why I can't do it. As someone Vancouver Ford text line, I would find a body and then immediately be a suspect. I can't, Yeah.
Yeah, Souk comes back with like 25 skulls. And we're like, oh my God, how did you find that so fast?
They say the killer often goes back to the scene of the crime.
It's like when they do those like fishing tournaments and the dudes like they already have the fish. Like
they weighted it. Put some weights in the belly.
Yeah.
They come back, they're like, look at all these fish I got.
A couple people on the Vancouver Ford text line are into it. It's the Highway of Tears is what they call it. That's the place you want to go, Isaac.
To kill someone?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I like the tatted up whore too.
I'd start looking in the enchanted forest.
That's freaky.
Tell you that right now.
Right off I-5 there?
Yeah. Someone's there.
You think so? Someone's back in there? Dead?
I think someone's at the park. I don't trust that place. Gives me the willies. It'd be like when all those people started looking in the basement of like that pizza parlor in New York. I just would show up at the enchanted forest and be like, I know what you're doing.
Oh yeah, Pizzagate.
And I want to look around.
Yeah, like where would you even start? There's so much forest. There's so much. Where would you?
I'd start with like press clippings of where people had gone missing, and then I'd start looking around those areas.
There's just no way.
Because you can't just randomly start digging a hole in the ground.
Why not?
I mean, I guess you can. I think it's not going to be as efficient.
There's just no way. No way.
Tell you what I'll do. I can commit to you.
Okay.
That when I'm golfing,
you'll look.
You'll keep an eye out?
I'll keep an eye out for some skulls.
I like where you're going with that.
You won't even look, because looking is active. You will passively keep an eye out.
If I hit my ball into the woods, which has been known to happen, I will.
So if someone happens to be murdered off number 12 at Langdon Farms, Rop is all over.
Number 12? No, it wouldn't be number 12. It'd probably be that right off of 10, though.
Yeah.
On the other side of the fence is a rest stop off of I-5.
Well,
There's probably a body back there.
I would think so. Maybe in that big red shed over there that you have to drive through.
Yeah, they've got some. Yeah, they've got some places to
what's
store
happening
bodies
over there
at Langdon. Tell you that.
You got a chest freezer somewhere.
That is your In the News for September 17, 2024. It is brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is coming up next. We have sports stories on the Fan. What's up? It's Isaac and Souk with our new friends, Ken and Donnie. back. Hope you're having a nice little Tuesday at your Sports Bros, Rob and Sook. Big Sook is right over there.
Right here.
Dude. Look at him. My name is Isaac. And Ryan Buckley is here, although only for one more day.
Yeah, and then he's going off body searching.
Yeah, that's right. Body searching in Eastern Oregon.
I want you. Well, that's Central Oregon.
Central Oregon.
You might find a body out. Well, Central Oregon, no, but Eastern Oregon, you'll find some bodies.
It's hard enough to find a golf ball at Crosswater. There might be a skull in there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, do you think there are? Yeah, in all of our golfing escapades.
Do you think we've walked right over a dead body and not even known it?
Yeah.
Nah, no one
Like,
buries
how close do you think you've come to a body?
I bet you I've come somewhat close because of my time in Alaska. And, like, I'll go out occasionally. I go out, like, kind of do some overland camping. So I'm guessing that at some point I've been somewhat close. I think I remember when I was a kid, I think my dad found a body in Alaska, but it was a drowning victim. Because when people get swept down the river,
that doesn't count?
Well, it's when you drown, eventually in the rivers in Alaska, it puts you out somewhere. So I think he was just fishing, and then, where he happened to be out is where the body was deposited. But I think my dad did find one, if I remember, when I was in my youth. But I was not on said trip.
Like, how many times, like, do you think you're driving by somebody and there's just a body in the trunk or something?
I think about that all the time. Yeah.
Some weird looking dude.
Yeah.
Bald guy with a long beard.
Yeah, happens.
With a punts sweatshirt on.
Hey, stuff happens, man.
Well, anyway.
Neighbor, you don't know.
Nice to have you along.
So my neighbors are all old people.
It really is. Hope you're having a great day. We got to talk about the new #1 team in college football coming up this hour.
That means nothing, but,
Well, I don't know. I kind of want to talk about Texas.
Hello there.
Hook 'em horns.
Where is Bryce Young among the all-time quarterback busts?
Unfortunately, he can't feel real happy about this debate. I would tell Bryce Young, if I was a family member, just stay off the internet for a while.
There are people out there stumping for Jamarcus Russell as a better quarterback, and boy, that is
it's not good. It's not good when yes, there are people actively saying Jamarcus Russell better than you.
I don't I know I watched Jamarcus Russell, but I don't remember him. And I do. And I have watched enough of Bryce Young to know how bad he is.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I got to tell you.
You don't remember big fat Jamarcus Russell?
I got to tell you something, dude. I really do. I got to tell you this. Can I tell you this?
Yeah.
Do we have a radio show? Can I just tell you this?
Yeah, why not?
Can I be honest here?
Yeah.
I want to say they might be right. Jamarcus Russell better than Bryce Young.
Well, I will say that Jamarcus Russell, he didn't start his rookie year. He only started one game. So he got 2 seasons. So he got 15 and then 9. So he got more games than Bryce Young.
What was his QBR?
His quarterback rating. You want the QBR or the rating? Because the rating is a little more.
Isn't it the same thing?
No, because the QBR is the total QBR.
The good one, the one we all know, the standard one.
Yeah. So
quarterback rating.
He had the 1 year as a starter, 77.
Okay, that's better than Young, isn't it?
And then 50.
Ooh.
Yeah.
50?
50. Yeah. 50. 50 on the.
So what's his
dot.
career quarterback rating in the NFL?
65.2.
Okay, Bryce Young's is, I'm looking here, guys. Bryce Young's is 70.9.
Yeah,
God.
His second year in Oakland, they won 5 games. He went 5-10, and he had 13 touchdowns and 8 picks, and he completed
that's not bad.
53% of.
What was his record?
5-10 and 2-7.
Okay, so 7-17. 7-17.
Yeah.
Bryce Young 2-16.
It's tough. He completed 52% of his passes.
I saw someone say that at least
low.
the Panthers pulled the ripcord after 18 games, while the Giants have given Daniel Jones 65 starts.
And they gave him $43 million guaranteed
and money
a year.
Yeah.
And Jamarcus Russell
right.
just got fat and drank
That's true.
He was a drug,
Scissor.
Yeah, he was
he was his own
addict.
worst enemy. That's true.
Whereas Bryce Young, by all accounts, isn't a drug addict or anything. He just didn't any good.
We've suddenly just done the segment.
I know.
I mean that.
Yeah.
But there's probably more to it.
Well, there's Ryan Leaf, and
there's more.
There's lots of bad,
Coming up tonight in the club, P. Diddy arrested.
And still in prison.
This reporter doesn't have any idea why he was not in hiding. They said he was actually caught off guard by his arrest.
Mm-hmm.
Someone had videos of him in Central Park today.
Dude.
He was just hanging out.
They said he was living at the Park Hyatt.
Yeah.
And they said he was caught. They arrested him there. He was just hanging out in there. And they said he was surprised.
Well, he fled originally. Just stay gone.
Why was he
should have stayed
surprised?
gone.
What are you doing? Which is why they're not letting you. When you fled before, they ain't letting you out again, my man.
Well, I just don't understand why he didn't get the hint. Like, dude, you're Diddy. You've got all the resources in the world. Go lay on a beach.
Well, he's about laying in Rikers now, or wherever the hell he's at.
Weird. Right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Air Force has emerged as a serious target for the American Athletic Conference.
Yeah.
Now, they already have 14 schools, including Army and Navy, but they're anticipating possibly losing Memphis and Tulane to the new Pac-12.
Well, and the Mountain West is just right for the Pickets. I mean, this is going to be one of those, everyone gets screwed over. So the Pac-12 got screwed over. Now they're going to screw over someone else. And then the AAC is going to get screwed over. Therefore, they're going to go screw over the Mountain West. It's just the way it works in alignment. But look, is anyone really fired up about Air Force coming over?
I gotta think some people are because they already have Army and Navy. I mean, look, you seen the teams in that league?
Yeah, it's not great.
It's not great, Bob.
It's not great.
Air Force is an upgrade.
Yeah, and I would say having all the military academies, that's a nice little feather in your cap, right?
Yeah. Where's the Marines football team?
That's the Navy.
Oh. Wait. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All the officers in the...
Where's the Coast Guard football team?
I don't know if they have it. But all the officers in the Marines come from the Naval Academy.
Where's the Space Force?
That would be Air Force.
Football team.
Space Force.
No, I want a separate...
Look at you
Space
thinking
Force
they should
football
have their own.
I mean,
segregation ROP. I see how you're doing it now. Jerk.
U.S. gymnast and Vancouver native Jordan Childs has filed a medal appeal with the Swiss Supreme Court.
Yes.
She is looking to get the court to order the Court of Arbitration for Sport to revisit the case of her bronze medal in gymnastics at the Olympics, which until now they refused to do. She is also asking the presiding arbitrator be removed because he is providing legal counsel to Romania in other international proceedings. And, of course, the woman who got the bronze
is Romanian. And she even says, just give us both the medals. She's not even a part of this. Did you see, too, that Simone Biles' documentary on Netflix may be the smoking gun in this?
Yeah, that's why she's filing the appeal, is they do have video evidence from the filming of that documentary
that says they appealed it in time.
They appealed it in time, and that's why they want them to look at it.
Netflix, is there anything it can't do?
An honest documentary.
I still wouldn't give back that medal. I don't care what. I don't care what they decided. I ain't giving that medal back. That's my medal.
Oregon and Oregon State basketball playing a home-and-home series beginning this fall in Corvallis. The date, Thursday, November 21st. Circle it. Well, I guess nobody circles anything anymore. Well, put it in your iPhone.
I guess you could circle it. Like you could, I can draw on my phone.
Can you draw on your calendar?
Yeah.
Your iCal?
Yeah. I've got to
circle it.
I've got a stylist and everything.
Do it. Circle it right now.
Boom.
Do it right now. 21st. Big date. Circle it.
Nah.
They'll play in Eugene next season. The Beavers playing a West Coast Conference schedule this season. As for the Ducks, they have non-conference games against Texas A&M, San Diego State, and Creighton.
Okay. That's fine.
Sook's fired up about that.
Do you get excited about non-conference basketball?
Actually, I do.
Do you?
Well, yeah, because Kansas always plays like Duke or Kentucky
Yeah.
or something, and it's exciting.
That's true.
So, in your face.
Yeah. Valid point.
Interesting move in Georgia today. The governor there signed an executive order allowing schools to begin paying athletes directly. ESPN reports neither Georgia nor Georgia Tech have immediate plans to start paying players, but they now have the option. There would be no limit to the amount they could pay them, and due to this order, the NCAA could no longer stop them.
I love
so basically, all these states are doing is just getting out ahead of because there's no national legislation on it.
No.
So they're just getting out ahead and making sure that their schools will be allowed to pay players and not have to deal with the NCAA.
Because one of the problems with the House settlement that they're still trying to get figured out is, remember, they put a cap on revenue sharing. They were trying to put a cap on different NIL things, and the judge was like, no, you can't keep doing this. You're just going to keep losing, so go back to the drawing board. And like you said, states are just getting out ahead. Eventually, it's just going to be whatever the hell you want to do, unless there's some sort of federal law that gets passed.
We've come too far together to stop now. Let's do it.
That's it, baby. Shout it from the rooftops.
America's #1 fighting force.
Number one.
My #1 fan.
Number one.
Number one.
And a flurry of NFL notes today. The Dolphins did place Tua Tagovailoa on the IR to give him time to recover from that concussion. They also say he's going to meet with outside neurologists.
And then there was a report that his mom wants him to retire, and another report saying that he wants to keep playing. So, shocker.
Former Duck DeForest Buckner also headed to IR for the Colts, so both those guys will be out at least 4 games. The Steelers once again preparing Justin Fields to start this week at quarterback. Pittsburgh hosting Jim Harbaugh and my Chargers.
Yeah. Hey, 2-0. It's only a matter of time before eventually you're just forced to name Justin Fields the starter, even though your offense, I believe, has scored the 3rd fewest points in the NFL this year, and yet you're 2-0.
And the Chiefs have signed running back Kareem Hunt to the practice squad now that Isaiah Pacheco is hurt.
Have you seen the IR list in the NFL? I mean, it is a who's who. It's a all-star team.
Do you think maybe it's because it's a violent sport?
I think so. I'm often surprised that people get hurt in the NFL.
My God.
Yeah,
Imagine how quickly I'd get hurt out there.
Yeah. I mean, it's the injury rate's 100%. It's just how bad and how often you get hurt.
Oh, I'm hurt.
You make a choice.
The Hot 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com. Back to college football. Texas is the new number one. And where is Bryce Young among all-time QB busts? Those topics coming up next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks.
We have a new number 1 in college football. Thank God it's not Georgia anymore.
It's over.
Tired of Georgia. I've written them off.
Because they had the eke out loss or the eke out win against Kentucky.
That's right.
Although the last time that happened 2 years ago, they won a national championship.
Look.
So it may be a good sign that they eked out a win.
When Georgia ekes out a win, somehow they are resilient.
Yes.
When Oregon ekes out a win, they're in trouble. I don't like this.
You don't like this double standard.
That's right.
There might be a difference between Kentucky and Idaho, but
there could be that. Or there could be a difference between Georgia and Oregon, as we saw a couple years ago.
That's true as well.
I mean, they've won 28 straight in the SEC, but I'm not going to let the facts get in the way.
It's ridiculous.
I will say Georgia, who is no longer number 1, they still have not given up a touchdown this season.
It's pretty good.
And they have fallen from the top spot. But, we're the old school SEC, their offenses used to struggle like that.
Yes.
We haven't seen the Georgia's and Alabama's offenses struggle like that in a while.
No, the 3 yards in a cloud of dust stuff is gone. When you look at these versions of the SEC teams, the Georgia national title teams have been very good offensively. Alabama completely redid theirs. I mean, Alabama was one of the last people to really hold on to kind of the old school way of football and defense. And then Saban realized after the Clemson stuff, hey man, I got to change this. This doesn't work anymore. So, I mean, most offenses now in the SEC are dynamic.
And Georgia has just had a thing about struggling at Kentucky.
Yeah, it's just one of those places.
They have two of 3 games. They have no touchdowns in the first half.
Well, and that's something to keep an eye on. I mean, obviously, you talk about Georgia, and Georgia has a lot of talent, but most of the years that you go in with Georgia, and it's just stars across the board. And obviously, Carson Beck is a household name, but outside of that, there is some unknown factors there, and you just assume that the next guy up for Georgia is a world beater. But I think Alabama had some of this last year, and that when you look at Alabama last year, and by the way, I mean Alabama rebounded from a kind of a shaky start and ended up beating Georgia and playing in the college football playoff. But when you look at that Alabama team outside of Milroe, can you name a lot of those Alabama offensive players? It was not a who's who. And so I think some people think that as good as Georgia is, they're very young and they don't have the established stars yet. And if you're going to get them now, because by the end of the year, we may know some of these guys.
Well, their next game? They have a bye this week. But after that?
Who they got?
At Alabama.
Oh, there you go.
How about that?
Yeah. It's a nice little tussle right there.
So Texas is the new number 1, and I am one who thinks that when Texas is good, college football is better.
Yeah.
I do like that.
But it begs the question, is Texas back? Because that's what everyone wants to ask nationally every year.
I don't see why they're not. They were just in the playoff, and they look like the best one of the best teams in the country so far this year.
Just in the playoff, people are saying this is as loaded team as they've had, even though they've lost a couple starting running backs. And so far the team that they've played that we thought was going to be good, Michigan, they just absolutely kicked the living hell out of them. So, I mean, are they back? I mean, I guess winning a national title means that you're back. But at this point in the season, there's very few people that doubt what Texas has going on.
Yeah, I don't see how they're not back. I mean, I think it's amazing that they have 2 of the best quarterbacks in the country, it looks like.
Yeah, Ewers
How are you able to do that?
Ewers goes down, well, money, and the fact that Arch Manning didn't go anywhere. It's surprising that he's willing to sit for 2 years, right? I mean, there was a belief that maybe there was some talk that maybe he would go to Ole Miss and that he was going to bail out of this because Ewers decided to come back. But
that is unique. I mean, highly touted freshmen that came in and didn't play, most of those guys go somewhere else.
Exactly. In today's NIL transfer portal era, it's stunning that they have that good of a quarterback room. I mean, Quinn Ewers might be the best quarterback in college football.
He was the favorite to win the Heisman,
and he just got hurt. I don't know if he'll be back for that run of games where they have Oklahoma and Georgia. But if he's not, my God, and it was just one game, but Arch looked great.
Yes, he did not miss a beat. Although to be fair, that was Texas San Antonio.
Yeah, but he's a Manning, so he's got to be good. And he's fast. What is that about?
Yeah, he ran almost 21 miles an hour.
The Mannings aren't
big
fast.
Sprint.
I was reading an article about him.
He's got that Cooper Manning DNA in him.
Well, no, he said he takes after, or at least Peyton said
his mom,
his dad, or his granddad. Arch.
Oh,
Archie.
Arch
there you go,
credited
'cause
his
Arch
own
was
brother.
an
Archie was
athletic guy.
actually athletic.
Yeah,
They
he
said
was-
that
he
he
was a
actually
dual
had
threat guy.
some rush yards for I mean,
Yeah.
but it was a different time. But
Unlike Eli and Peyton.
yeah, they said Peyton and Eli totaled 18 rushing touchdowns in college on
Mm-hmm.
47 yards.
Hey, 18's pretty good though.
A lot of sneaks.
A lot of sneakers there. Hey, it turns out both of those guys ended up being pretty good. But yes, Texas right now is loaded, and they're loaded at the most important position.
Is it possible that they go back-to-back number 1 overall picks, quarterbacks? Texas?
Number 1 overall picks? Oh, yeah. If Ewers goes number 1 and then Arch Manning, boy, that would be something.
And there's no way that's ever happened.
I can't imagine.
Same school?
I can't imagine that's ever happened.
Well, I guess it might have
That's
happened
never-
with Oklahoma but that's the transfer portal. So that kind of, right? Like, because they had
but that wasn't back to back.
Murray well, no, it wouldn't have been.
No, that wouldn't have been back to back. There's no way.
Not back to back.
No, there were years in between.
And what if Arch
That
lights
is
it up?
that has never happened before.
There's no way
ever.
that's happened.
No way.
What if Arch lights it up over the next few weeks? Does he
Yep.
just go back to the bench?
Do you have a controversy? Boy, wouldn't that be something?
Wally Pipp situation in Austin.
You got a Heisman Trophy guy, and then he goes down. I'm looking here. Nope. You know what, Rob? You are correct.
Who was
I
it?
will shut up.
Murray and
Baker Mayfield 2018.
Baker and Murray.
Kyler Murray 2019.
Yeah. So Oklahoma just did it, but that's a little.
Oklahoma did it.
It's
I
not
thought
like
that there
this.
were. I thought there was years in between them, and I was wrong.
You idiot.
I was an
How do
idiot.
you even host a show?
I don't know. I thought for whatever reason, I thought Baker and Kyler had a couple years in between them. But
Well,
no.
I did read that Arch said that he just really wanted to play at Texas. Like, it's his dream to play at Texas. So
Yeah.
maybe it's just this one-off unique situation.
Yeah.
But it's insane that they have those two quarterbacks in this day of, with the transfer portal and quarterbacks not sitting around and waiting. It's just insane that they have those two guys.
And it also helps too that, Arch Manning makes more in NIL than just about any other player in college football. He's probably driving around in a Lamborghini because they give all their skill player guys Lamborghini. He's probably knee deep in Texas Skush.
Yeah, but he'd be knee deep in Skush no matter where.
I know. I'm just
College,
saying.
man.
I think that helps a little bit. And you know that. If you wait around, you're gonna take the keys to a Ferrari as opposed to going somewhere else, and you never know. The grass isn't always greener. So, but it is unique because that position, it's the most important position in all of football, and whether it's in college and the NFL, it's kind of a rarity that those guys make an entire season without getting hurt. I mean, go ask Oregon the last couple of years, right? I mean, Bo's was extremely durable, but even he got nicked up and wasn't 100% to go. And that's the thing now with Quinn Ewers. Who's to say, like, if Quinn Ewers on a normal team might force himself to come back, in Texas, you don't have to. In Texas, you be like, dude, we are A-okay. And that is saying something.
Do you think Arch has as much pressure as, like, Bronny does?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if anyone had as much pressure as Bronny, but I think there's a fair amount. I mean, obviously he has been hyped up for a long time.
Yeah, wasn't he like the number one kid out of high school?
Well, that's what they say, but again, he kind of got the Bronny treatment where if you talk to people in their kind of the recruiting rankings that thought that the name Manning certainly helped him along the way. And that he wasn't.
It's very similar to that in that he
Yes.
would have still been a
Yes.
blue chip recruit,
but he wasn't.
But he may not have been the number one status. Like, people made Bronny like a 4 or 5 star recruit, and he was probably more of a 3-star kind of a guy.
Yeah.
Arch was still going to be 5-star, but they made him the number one quarterback instead of maybe 5 or 6, something like that.
Well, there's a lot of people that think that the hype was not conducive to the ability. And to be fair to Arch and everyone else, he wasn't the backup last year. He got beat out. It was Malik Murphy.
Yep.
Arch wasn't the backup as a freshman.
Third string.
So
where'd Murphy go? He's around.
I
isn't
don't remember where he went.
Duke.
But did he go to Duke?
Yeah, he's at Duke.
The Heward kid, he went to UW and was the savior of that program, and he ended up going to Cal Poly. Malachi Nelson was the number one quarterback in the country. SC lost out to Miller Moss, goes to Boise State, and he didn't beat out that Maddox kid. And look, that Maddox kid is not good.
Boy, how bad does that make Malachi Nelson look?
Unbelievably bad, because the kid at Boise State, he's like the kid at Washington State. They're both like gamers and they run around, but neither one of them is a good quarterback. They're kind of college gamers. That just that play hard and gritty. But he couldn't beat that kid out of Boise State. Tate Martell supposedly was the number 1 or number 2 quarterback. That was the kid that ended up having to leave Georgia, or was it Ohio State that he left because Justin Fields that was coming up, and then he went down to Miami and lost that job and went somewhere else. I mean, we just see this a lot where quarterbacks are the definition of wishy-washy, whether it's the NFL or whether it's college. It's just really hard to play those positions. And turns out that Texas, at least right now, appears to have 2 of the best in the game. And that's saying something.
Well, they're the new number 1, the Longies, with Sark over there.
Mm-hmm.
They are
Is
going.
that what we're calling them, the Longies?
I don't know.
Longies.
Well, you know me, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I can't let those go, though.
We got Louisiana Monroe this week, Mississippi State
Then
the
you got-
week after that.
And then isn't there a bye leading into the Red River?
Then they have a bye, and then it's Oklahoma and Georgia.
Giddy up.
And after that, pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah. So
unless you count the last game at Texas A&M.
So, and that's
cool that they're playing that game again.
Yeah. Again, back in the SEC. But even if they lose to Georgia, I mean, you look at that schedule, you're Texas. I'm imagining, weird things can happen, but I'm going to go ahead and take a bold, ballsy stance and say that Texas in the college football playoff. Georgia in the college football playoff. Alabama probably in the college football playoff.
Talk about courage.
It is courage. It is courage.
You have it in spades.
And, Alabama, I've seen Alabama play a couple times now. While they're not the physical juggernaut that they were under Nick Saban, their defense isn't like lighting the world on fire. Milroe looks really good, and he's gotten better at throwing the ball, and Alabama's going to be a problem for some people. Like, sleep on Milroe at your own risk. Yes, he doesn't throw the greatest NFL ball in college. That guy is an absolute beast, and DeBoer is a really bright offensive guy.
Did Bryce Young win a title?
Yes,
he did.
I do believe Bryce Young won a title. I think
that's correct.
I think they all won a title there.
Hurts did, but he got benched.
But he
for
got
Tua.
benched. By the way, someone put up a thing and said, "Hey, how Alabama quarterback's doing?" Because Mac Jones, Tua, Hurts, and to be fair to Hurts is like 2-9 in his last 11 games, and then we've got it's
Quinn Ewers got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he regrets doing that Dr. Pepper ad? Because do you know who the last two guys to?
Bryce Young and DJ, right?
Bryce Young and DJU.
Ooh,
Do we have the new Madden curse?
It's not company you want to be in.
Well, and Caleb, Caleb, and his year didn't.
Did Caleb Williams do Dr. Pepper ads?
He did Dr. Pepper, and that was the year that was last year, and they.
I want to talk about him tomorrow, because boy,
it's not pretty. Yep.
He is just the definition of.
We can talk about it because I've watched Chicago, and
but I still don't think he's bad. I just feel like I don't know. We'll just tease ahead and say that I feel like Eberflus, he's just not the guy for Caleb.
Also, that line is
that
ass.
They're offensive
so
line
bad.
is terrible, and what their offense. I don't know what their offense. Anyway, we'll get to that tomorrow.
Sure.
Okay, calm down. Everybody, just calm down. By the way, Alabama's schedule much harder. So they played Georgia after the bye week because they both get a bye apparently. Alabama and Georgia going into that game. That is at Alabama, and then they also have at Tennessee. They host Missouri, at LSU, and at Oklahoma. Not all in a row, but
that's
pretty tough.
That's tough.
Pretty tough skid.
Yeah, that's a tough.
Much
slate.
tougher than Texas's.
Yes,
I'll tell you that.
And by the way, Bryce Young won a national title, but not as a starter. He lost his only start in the college football playoff to Georgia.
But wait, who was the starter then?
He was Bryce Young was the game that he started in the national title game. He lost to Georgia.
But you said he won a title.
He would have been on I think he would have been on the Tua team then
Tua.
I think he would have been there with Tua. Or no, actually would have been
because Hurts was there.
It would have been Mac Jones then. He would have been on because Jones came after Tua.
Yeah, he would have been the backup for Mac Jones. That makes sense.
He would have been on the Mac Jones. So, but no, he did not. Technically, he won, but not as a starter. He could not beat Georgia. And that was the year that all the receivers got hurt. Jameson Williams got hurt. Michi got hurt. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering this, and it might be revisionist history, I believe they beat Georgia that year, and then everyone got hurt. Like all their receivers got hurt, and they got nicked in the national title game.
Where is Bryce Young among the all-time busts? That's next. Here's Buck. All right, Bryce Young has been benched by your Panthers.
Even though their coach is a coward and won't say that it was the owner that did it.
Wait, what?
Well, so Canal, you didn't see this?
No.
So, Buck, do you have the?
So I've got the Canales clip from, I guess, Monday, because on Sunday after the game, he said, no, Bryce is still our guy. And 24 hours later, it's like, no.
Yeah, right after the game, Canales is like, no, he's our guy. And then immediately they bench him. And we know that Tepper has said that he's in charge. And so then someone asked Canales if he was if this came from above his head, and Canales gave the most cowardly response ever.
I want to keep that private. What I would like to say though is this is something after I watched the film, I looked at it, had a thought, started working on talking to the guys that we make decisions with. Certainly a lot of parties involved there. And ultimately this comes on me, and my number one responsibility is to help the Panthers win. And so this move, I believe, puts us in the best chance to do that this week.
Wow.
Right.
I think that might be a good drop. What he said right off the top, he said,
I want to keep that private.
I want to keep that private. That's a drop.
Keep that private. Okay.
Rookie coach. Keep that private.
I just love.
So the owner says bench the quarterback or else.
Yes, pretty much.
That's why he hired that guy. That poor schlub. You know, the only thing Buck said this the other day off the air, and I couldn't agree more. The only thing I think about when I see Dave Canales or hear Dave Canales is that poor sap
the book
writing a book about
how he couldn't stop
his porn
pleasuring
addiction.
himself.
Yeah. And his that whole story with that guy.
Yeah, it's rough.
So demasculated.
Well, Tepper is low key the worst owner now in the NFL.
I don't. It's that low key. I don't think that's low key.
He just is. So I mean, look, Bryce Young sucks. We all know Bryce Young sucks, and I'm not trying to make excuses for him, but you give up all this crap to go get him. You trade away your number one receiver. You give him no help whatsoever. You fire his coach a couple games into the season. You give him an interim coach, and then you bring in Dave Canales, who's supposed to help him, come around, but you don't do anything really other than give him two guards. Your offense is dreadful, and 2 games into it, even though the head coach is like, no, this is our guy. Give me time to work with him. You step your big fat hedge fund foot in your mouth, David Tepper, like, no, you're sitting him down. And now you make your coach look like an ass by having to go up there and say, hey, this is 24 hours after you said he's our guy. And he's like, I'm going to keep that private. I mean, the Panthers are a joke. So, yes, Bryce Young sucks. He'll probably never be a player in this league worth a damn. But
Guys,
what
move
happened
on.
to him it's a bad set of circumstances. And if I were like the Rams, the Niners, someone like that, I'd call the Panthers and be like, do you want like a 6th-round pick for him? I'm sure. And just stick him on the bench for a year or two. Matt LaFleur in Green Bay, right? Like you sit behind because they got Malik Willis who can't throw the ball from me to you. Go sit behind Jordan Love for a couple years and try to pull a Sam Darnold. And look, Darnold, we'll see what happens. It's been 2 games. I'm not pulling a call in and be like, Sam Darnold, the greatest quarterback in the world. But, Sam Darnold was on 2 crappy franchises, and it was dreadful. And then he got out of there, sat in San Francisco for a bit, now in a really good offensive system in Minnesota. And looks like, maybe this will be a decent year for him. So I wouldn't give up on Bryce Young. If you're Bryce, accept the fact you have to sit for a bit, and by God, stop trying to, if this is it in Carolina, it should be, don't try to go to a place where you can be the starter, because any place that's going to let you compete for being a starting quarterback is a terrible situation.
He needs to go to a good coach.
Yes.
Yes. You can't go to like Oakland.
No. Well, that's
you
what
got to go somewhere like LaFleur is good, or
like
Minnesota.
I don't want to try to throw Marcus under the bus. Marcus has been fine. He's had a nice NFL career, but the problem is Marcus kept trying to be a starter. And when you go to places like Marcus isn't very good, and so when you go to places that will let you and you think you can win the starting job, those are usually bad circumstances, as opposed to going someplace and just being like, look, I understand what's Steve Young did this, right? And I know it was a different path because the USFL and all that, but
Alex Smith,
exactly. Go sit for a bit and just see and be like, yeah, let's go somewhere where I'm just going to get a chance to catch my breath.
Are there other benched number 1 overalls who were resurrected? Alex Smith's a good example.
I don't know if like overall. Like Jim Plunkett, I don't know if he went overall, but Jim Plunkett was a washout in New England. He had winning 2 Super Bowls with the Raiders. Yeah, Alex Smith was a complete washout, and he ended up having a nice, solid career. I'm trying to think of other guys, maybe not number 1 overall, but high picks that were busts that kind of had a resurgence. It's tough.
Sorry, I said Oakland. I meant Vegas.
Vegas. Yeah, there's not many.
There's no team in Oakland. That would be rough on him.
That would be rough.
Well, he wouldn't throw a pick there.
Yeah, but like Rich Gannon, but he wasn't like a first round pick or anything. But Rich Gannon had a career resurgence later on. I mean, it happens, but for the most part, when you've shown nothing, chances are, all right, this is it.
So the next question we answer, the final sports question of the day: where is Bryce Young among the all-time quarterback busts? That's next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
And here's the handoff, and James is going to go get through it. 20, Whittington matter, 20 to 10, 5, touchdown, Noah Whittington. Down the sideline on the left-hand side, he got bumped, but he kept his balance.
Noah Whittington with the tutty.
Yes. I saw that the old advanced analytics, the Ducks only had 5 unsuccessful running plays all game. Run game was really, really good. Whittington looked good. James, that's the run game that you need to get going. If you can run the ball like that, you're winning a lot of games.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
Josh Pate. I don't
And say that, which is code for,
Yeah.
you know,
You got to
F
own it.
I
If the
guess.
owner wanted that, you have to own it. You can't throw him under the bus. Now you just threw him under the bus.
Exactly.
I guarantee you got called into the office for that.
Dude, that guy is such a douche. Not Canales.
Okay, so
He may be a douche. I don't know.
I jotted down 5, and I stopped at 5 because there's a million that come into my mind.
Sure. I got about 4 or 5 that pop into my mind.
All-time QB bus. Okay.
Yeah.
I jotted down the 5 that I think are the biggest, at least just, again, all this is subjective, arguable.
And I go to with mine, not only it's where you were selected, but for me, it comes down to what your expectations were.
Yeah.
You know, like it's one thing because not all, like Josh Rosen is a
Right.
guy that was just horrid.
I toyed with him.
And Josh Rosen had no business being an NFL quarterback, but also Josh Rosen was not thought of as some sort of generational talent.
Wasn't he like the 10th pick or
He
something
was
like
10th.
that? So it wasn't like he was.
He was also there was also a lot of talk that he was gonna he's like he's like the opposite of a bust.
Yeah.
In that he was drafted high, and I think everybody kind of thought he was gonna suck.
Yeah. Yeah. It was kind of like when you got
the rare
drafted, everyone was
predicted
like,
bust?
Yes.
Really?
What's the opposite of a bust? I mean,
A boom?
but you still suck.
Yeah. I mean,
So I went Tim Couch,
okay.
Ryan Leaf, obviously Jamarcus Russell, obviously Todd Marinovich, and I do believe that Bryce Young is in the top 5. Those are my 5.
Okay. The ones that come to mind when I think of all-time bust, obviously Ryan Leaf is one that pops into my mind, right? Like you can't argue with the fact that Ryan Leaf at one point there was a debate between Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf.
Yep.
And Leaf had taken Washington State to the brink of, beating Michigan.
He was awesome, dude.
Ryan Leaf was really,
He had
really good.
everything, right?
Yes.
Size, arm.
Size, all that. But I guess, if you listen to anyone, the dude was an absolute moron.
Well, he had a drug problem too, didn't he?
Yes.
Was that part of why he flamed out in the NFL?
Yeah, he was a drinker.
Yeah.
And at Washington State, he was a drinker. And he just didn't want to, his head wasn't screwed on right.
Yeah.
But that dude had every
Like Marinovich.
that dude had every physical talent that you could want. The second one that comes to mind is Trey Lance.
Ah.
I mean,
Ooh.
dude, I'm sorry. The arguably the best organization this side of the Kansas City Chiefs with a really, really smart offensive guy, probably the brightest offensive mind in the NFL between him and McVay. Dude, they gave up 3 picks to move up and get Trey Lance. And by the way, they moved on from a quarterback that was a sliver away, one throw from winning a Super Bowl. And that was a quarterback that needed to win and win now. And there was a belief that he was going to do it. Dude, he never saw the field. And now can't sniff the field. He's not even the backup in Dallas. He's the 3rd string guy.
Well, he was going to get his shot because Garoppolo got hurt, and then his first chance, he broke his ankle and he's done.
So when I think of bus, I think of Trey Lance. It just, and I don't know why it escapes him. The other one for me obviously is Jamarcus Russell, and then I look at Johnny Manziel too. Johnny Manziel won a Heisman Trophy, and Johnny Manziel was again viewed as this that he was going to be the poster child for the new modern run around quarterback. And again, you want to talk about someone that was an absolute unmitigated disaster. I give you that.
But like Rosen, also not drafted high.
He was a first-round pick.
Yeah, but he fell,
fell
way down to the 20s because people thought he might be that bust.
And then the other one for me is if I had, and again, this is just my personal expectations, like Tim Couch, I'm like, whatever. You played at Kentucky, go away. If I had to play one college football game, anyone in my lifetime, because I can't talk about someone that played in like 1972.
Tim Tebow.
If I had one college football game to win, I would take this man.
Vince Young?
Vince Young. And Vince Young came into the league, and Vince Young was Rookie of the Year, and Vince Young made a Pro Bowl, and then it just he got fat, he got out of shape, he never developed his game, and I still to this day think that if you did something different in between his ears, Vince Young could have been really, really special in this league, and he didn't care. Like I said, he was fat, he was lazy, and just everything had been handed to him. He was just God-given. Someone reached into his crib when he was a baby and said, you are going to be the best football player on earth. And he was. And then he wasn't. So Vince Young for me, the 3rd overall pick. And again, I don't get why we don't talk about Vince Young being a bust more. Because he was for what he could have been and what he showed glimpses of, Vince Young was a disaster in this league.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think 4 of your 5 were black.
4 of my 5.
Yeah, weren't they? No, you had Manziel and Leaf.
Yeah, Johnny Manziel. Yeah, whoa. Don't.
3 of your 5.
Whew.
I was going to call you racist.
Whew. And
But now you're
I think Trey Lance, by the way, is half.
You're at a good ratio now.
I'm actually 2.5 and 2.5.
I'm asking where the white power rankings
What do you think of that? That right there
I'm letting you off the hook.
That is racial integrity.
I just have always preferred the whites.
I was trying to make you racist.
Bleacher Report did a top 50 quarterback busts.
I wish I could have more white things.
Damn it.
Their top 5.
It's got to be Russell, right?
No, the Ryan Leaf is their number 1. Jamarcus Russell number 2. Art Schlichter number 3.
Yeah,
Oh, Schlichter, yeah.
Colts. He was like a gambling
Marinovich
problem.
4. Heath Schuler 5.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Third overall pick in 94.
I think he's a senator now.
Is he right?
Yeah, I think he was a senator.
Rick Myers 6. Andre Ware 7. Achilles Smith 8.
Yeah.
Ooh, Achilles Smith.
Todd Blackledge 9. David Klingler 10.
See the Klingler stuff, and the same thing
All
with
right.
Andre Ware. Those guys were gimmicky guys that played in crappy conferences and just put up a lot of numbers.
But they're top 10 picks.
They're top 10 picks, yeah.
But isn't that Lance, though?
Lance is number 3.
Yeah. Yeah. Lance didn't even play a lot of football.
Dan McGuire, Mark's brother.
Trey Lance just, I can't believe. You want to talk about an organization that's gotten so much right. Those donkeys went and traded up to get Trey Lance and then got bailed out. Absolutely bailed out by getting Brock Purdy. Because without that, I don't know where the hell the 49ers are. I guess they would have tried to get Tom.
All right, we got to go. Club 1080 is next, and guys, they got him. Diddy is in cuffs. That's next on The Fan.
I want to keep that private.
Yes, September is back to school and back to work, but at Crunch Fitness,
and Jonah Hill.
That's
and
a sneaky funny movie.
It's sneaky funny, and he basically plays P. Diddy, and he's really, really good at it. So he's very likable, and I remember watching that and being like, oh, damn, P. Diddy. P. Diddy's great. He was in Monsters Ball with Halle Berry. He was the dirtbag death row husband. So P. Diddy, actually a pretty good actor. Turns out a garbage human being.
Yeah, remember he tried to assault a UCLA football coach with a kettlebell over his kids playing time or whatever?
Right. I forgot about that. I learned something about him today. You know his Puffy nickname? Puffy, you know?
Yeah.
Because it was Puff Daddy.
It was Puff Daddy.
Sean Combs.
You know why he's called Puffy?
I do not.
It comes from his temper.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's so notorious for his temper, he would puff up and blow up.
Wow, I had no idea.
That people called him Puffy.
Puffy. And then he went P. Diddy. And
so it's all kind of coming together, isn't it?
And dare I say, back in the day, I used to have a Sean John. I used to have a Sean John suit. I thought he made a nice suit. So it turns out I actually like more about P. Diddy than I thought.
Well,
it's my favorite suit.
Some of these allegations against him are pretty wild.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
I really don't know why he wasn't in hiding, because they've already. I mean, they searched his homes.
Yeah.
And what they said was, I was watching an expert talk about this, one of those feds, you know, and they were saying that the reason they searched both of his homes, or however many homes they searched, at the same time and by surprise, is because what they were looking for was destroyable, meaning video evidence. And so they were looking, and that's why they ransacked the homes, is because they're looking for small areas where we would hide maybe flash drives or videos of some of the crap that was going down that he was doing. I don't know if they found it. But
And if you don't coordinate the timing, they can tip somebody at another location.
Yeah, and then they can destroy it. And I don't know what they found, but they found enough to indict him.
And I remember the complaint against him originally, dude. It's demon list.
It's
stuff.
bad, yeah.
He's shooting people. He's raping men. He's sex trafficking women. I mean, it's a whole thing. Yeah, he's on kidnapping, rape,
sex trafficking, racketeering. That's your favorite.
Oh, absolutely.
Did you read about the freak-offs?
Yeah,
that is a whole thing.
Yeah, so there was like 1,000 bottles of lube or something in his house.
1,000 bottles of baby oil and other lubricants that were confiscated from his home in the raid.
Look, let's not judge someone's lube content.
1,000 bottles?
Hey,
How many freak-offs are you having?
I don't want to judge someone's lube content. I'm not willing to go down those roads. It sets a dangerous precedent. A man's lube consumption is his own damn business.
Confirm or deny you have more or less than 750 bottles
no
in your
one
domicile.
else's. No one else's.
You know what he was doing with that?
Worry about what everyone has that drawer, like when you were growing up with your parents or like your buddies' like parents' house. Everyone had that one drawer. You don't want to go in that drawer. Don't open that thing.
So
up.
he was watching. He would traffic women.
Yeah.
And he would make them do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then he would watch, and then they would be so, worn out.
Yes, I was gonna say that's a good term.
Yeah. And stuff.
Desert style.
That they would puke, and he would call in medical,
like reinforcements, essentially,
medical people to
do IVs and stuff. Because he didn't want people leaving these freak-offs where they'd have to go days, being forced to have sex with prostitutes, and then
while he would watch,
and then have something medically happen and blame it on Diddy. So he'd be like, "Oh, let me make sure you're okay physically before you leave here because of all the drugs and all the sex I've been making you have."
Look, allow me to play devil's advocate here.
Suk wanted to be a part of that. He's pissed he wasn't invited.
Sounds like, in that case, that sounds like kind of a cool move that he's doing. It's like, hey, I want to make sure everyone's on the up and up during the freak-offs. So yes, the enslavement, very bad, but the medical care, top notch. You think you go to your average freak out and you're getting an IV? You think you're getting medical care?
The only reason you need the medical care is because the freak-off was so heinous.
Look, I'm not saying that it was great. I'm just saying it could have been worse.
Drugged? They were drugged?
Yeah, that's not good. No,
can't do that.
No, I can't do that. No. I thought the lube was nice. Like he's providing a service there, but yeah, it's bad.
And the U.S. attorney says they do have video of these freak-offs.
Oh my god!
Oh, they did find video. Okay,
I've got audio right here of the U.S. attorney saying they found video.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, boy.
Who's worse, him or R. Kelly?
Oh, him. Oh yeah, R. Kelly. Yeah,
Really?
he's way worse than R. Kelly. Now R. Kelly,
Way worse.
Yeah, way worse. Like R. Kelly, he is a absolute scumbag. And this is gonna sound terrible, and believe me, I understand it sounds terrible.
I can't wait to hear this.
But it's going to be. There's just no way there's no good way to put this. R. Kelly was into underage girls, which is heinous. That's like the 6th worst thing that P. Diddy was into. Like
6th worst?
6th worst.
Oh, come on. It's higher than that.
He was murdering people.
Murdering? What are you talking
He
about?
was
He wasn't charged with murder. What is this? What is this? You just changed his charges.
He's shooting people.
He didn't murder anyone.
Only because they didn't die from the gunshots.
Well, he's a bad shot.
R. Kelly wasn't sexually enslaving people. I
think he kind of was. He was grooming and
he was grooming.
It was bad.
Yeah.
R. Kelly's sitch was.
R. Kelly's
He
situation
was more
is-
of a creep.
Yeah, P. Diddy's like
P. Diddy's more of just a bad, like
Well,
just
they're-
a.
yeah.
Well, they're both bad, but
They're
I just
both
mean
bad.
they're different archetypes of horrible people.
R. Kelly R. Kelly had a very specific thing, right? He liked underage girls, which is
Well, and he liked whizzing on them.
yeah.
Wait, what?
Well,
Did we have to add that?
Yeah.
Well, that's a specific thing that he
was
liked.
a specific thing. Like
Really?
he was a sexual deviant of like
The old golden shower.
yeah,
Yep.
it is bad. Diddy, on the other hand, like the stuff like look, everyone knows that there's people out there that are into young girls. Like that's a whole thing. Like there's an entire Asian tourism built around that. You ever meet some weird like 55-year-old guy's like, I'm going to Thailand by myself. Yeah, we know why you're going, dude. It ain't because of the beaches. P. Diddy though, dude, that guy got creative with it. Like he's having like enslaved sexual Olympics. No, dude, it's not even on the same. It's not even on the same level. R. Kelly is amateur hour. Like R. Kelly is like North Dakota State. He's a champion in his own league. Dude, P. Diddy is like the Georgia of scumbags. Like that's a whole other level. They didn't even release. Like he's so bad they won't release him. The judge is like, yeah. Dude, you're in prison.
Well, they wouldn't release R. Kelly either, did they? Or maybe he did get out, but I think he
R.
was maybe on house arrest.
Probably.
But he's behind bars now.
Diddy ain't getting out. Diddy's spending the rest of his life behind bars.
Yeah, I don't know why that guy wasn't in hiding, but he must be an idiot. But there's also the video of him beating up his girlfriend, the hotel video, and
Yep.
Oh yeah, that was awful.
God.
Yeah, it's all kinds of bad.
And that was because she was like trying to, essentially escape his capture.
Yeah, he was in a towel.
Yeah, someone said, where's the world coming to when we're arguing R. Kelly, P. Diddy, a battle of lesser evils? Yes, it is a battle of lesser evils. It's like saying one is Satan and one is a demon.
Hopefully they do Drake next, because there's a lot of scuddy out there that
he may be the next one.
He's bad.
Well, it's all kinds of. I'm just happy that finally, like the R. Kelly stuff. R. Kelly, like, who was it, Aaliyah? R. Kelly was having sex with a 13-year-old girl in front of like the world. Like I forget which one wrote a song, him or her, called "Age Is Just a Number." I think that whole album. R. Kelly was bragging about sleeping with a teenager for years. And it took us like 20 years before someone was like, yeah, you should probably not do that, and we're going to arrest you now.
And we can't celebrate this album or your works or anything else.
No, so that son of a bitch is behind bars, and thank God. And now, like P. Diddy, again, apparently this has been out there forever. It's the same stuff with the Me Too. Can we start moving a little faster on this? Who was it, like Weinstein, right? The Harvey Weinstein casting couch was like universally known, and how long did it take us before we were like, we should probably arrest
And then
him?
everyone's like, oh, you know what? Actually, yeah, over here also, me too. And you're like, wait. Why didn't you all say something way sooner?
Yeah, can we just cut out like the 20 year in between and like, hey, we know what you're doing, and even though you're really popular and like you're a big Hollywood star, we're going to arrest you now and put you in prison.
You know, R. Kelly may be a free man before he dies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he only got 20 years.
Oh, okay. Well,
he's currently 57.
Oh, so he's got. All right, he'll probably get out at some point, right?
Well, that's what I just said.
Yeah, but I mean, like, even does he get? Is there like time off for that? Like, because most people don't serve their full sentence. Although he's a sex crime guy, so maybe he will serve the full sentence.
I don't know, bro. He only got 20, and he's 57. So,
Okay.
And Cosby, he's out there.
Yeah, he's out there.
He's 87.
There's another guy.
There's another one.
Like everyone knew.
Yeah.
Everyone. So maybe, just maybe, I'm just saying, can we speed up the process where we take all the sexual criminals of Hollywood and just move it along? And here you go.
Yeah, I heard a woman talking about. I think she was the stylist or maybe like the hairdresser for Diddy's. I don't know. Was it his wife that he was? Was that his wife? His girlfriend?
I don't know.
Well, anyway, she was talking about how she witnessed a lot of that stuff, and she just said, "Hey, when you're in his orbit, and there's all these yes people, everybody knows what's going on.
Yeah.
But you are terrified to say anything." She's like, "It's like the mob. It's like it's not going to be good for you." So it's just this sphere of fear.
Yeah.
And they won't say anything. So that, there's a lot of, I think there's just a lot of other famous people maybe in that same genre that are like this.
Yeah. Well, maybe this
and people are just afraid to say something. They're
I've always said that most of the time people this powerful never really go to prison, and at least we're getting a couple of them in prison now. With P. Diddy going down. So, good luck to you, my man. Enjoy prison. Because, I guess this place he's at, the Brooklyn, the detention facility, I guess it's, notoriously pretty shady. Although you would think that if someone has the ability to kind of withstand prison, it would be someone with $1 billion.
Yeah, and does he have street cred?
Well, I was also wondering, is he too famous? Do they put him in some sort of extra protective because other people want to get a rep for themselves by doing something to him?
I'm sure he's not in general population. I'm sure he's got his own little corner there. But hopefully he dies in prison because it sounds like he deserves to.
How old's P. Diddy? P. Dids.
He's probably in his 50s, right? I think him and R. Kelly probably about the same.
54.
Yeah. So he'll get, I would assume he's going to get 25, 30 years. Same thing as R. Kelly. I don't know, again, if they get time off, but, welcome to prison.
All right, up next, where's your panic meter on this one? This is The Club on the Fan.
Coast to Coast Hawks. Gino's going to let
other than water, it's one of the most serene, scary feelings that you can have. Because you're just like, oh my God, this is beautiful. And you realize if something goes wrong, I'm effed.
Well, if you are in a spot where everything looks the same, looking 360 degrees in every direction, that is terrifying.
Yeah. You're just like, oh.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most panicked, where would your panic meter be? Primetime, North Carolina.
Okay.
We've got a man named Graham Taylor.
That's the name of the city? Primetime?
No.
Primetime, North Carolina?
No.
I thought you were teeing up the location.
No.
You don't know? Are you being silly here?
I am not being silly.
I don't think
here.
he is.
He doesn't get that? No. Boy.
No, sometimes I say primetime Longview or primetime, when disseminating a news report from that
I see.
town.
Okay.
It's good that you're paying attention to the show, though.
I thought Buck was being facetious there, but then it turned out
Good
no.
hell, he's never even heard that. How many times have I done that?
I don't know if I've ever heard you do that.
Really? That's like a news thing. They do it like on Dateline. I mean, that's just
do it
like,
all the. It's
like an old news thing. Yeah.
Anyways, back to
the
primetime.
levels to which he tunes us out.
It's impressive.
Do we even know?
No. Well, he's busy there.
There's so many things going on back here. I got YouTube people yelling at me.
He's got 1 foot out the door. He's on vacation. He's probably dealing with his wife who wants him home because she's dealing with the speed cushions. And God knows what else.
My wife is across the country on business. I'm at home with 2 kids. Well, I'm not. The grandparents are.
Now, there you go. That's why he's busy trying to get home so Grandpa doesn't burn down the house or, give his kid whiskey gums. Buck doesn't care.
Whiskey gums?
Hey, remember that?
Is that still a thing?
Not in our house.
No, I was going to say that wouldn't. What would Mrs. Buckley think if she came home and you were rubbing a little of the old Tullamore Dew on Junior's gums?
You know what? I would say that of the two of us, I have a little bit more patience with the kids than she does. She'd be like, all right, whatever it takes. I don't care.
How much do you have to, how much do you have to put on there?
That's why you don't do it. I don't know.
Oh, you're not
What do you
getting-
do?
You just dip, like if a kid's teething,
Yeah.
you dip your finger in some whiskey and then you rub it on their gums.
Yeah. My mom used to give me Jack Daniels and told me it was medicine.
Yeah, it's a little bit to help you sleep, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
She just gave it to me. She's like, here, drink
Just
this.
like for fun?
when I
Have
was
some of
sick.
this.
Just when I was sick and stuff.
Well, it's the same thing. It's why do you drink NyQuil? It warms you up a little bit and it helps you have a little sleepy sleep. So, you're telling me you've never drugged your kid with Benadryl or NyQuil or something?
Every day.
It's the same thing. It's just that we freak out about it. But yeah, that was the old thing: is you dip your finger in some whiskey. You're not giving your kid a shot.
Well, I don't think
They're not having a
anyone's-
highball over there.
No one's freaking out about it. It's just I just wondered how it all worked. And when's too much? Like if I pour a half gallon of Jack down her throat,
That's probably
It's a little more than the gum in it.
Is that bad?
I remember one time when my oldest Taylor was little. She was little and she wasn't feeling well, and I think it was an allergy tablet or something, and I was supposed to break it into half or something. It was like an adult one, and my wife was like, break it in half or just give her like a little nub of it, and I was like, whatever. I'm like, she'll be.
Here, take the whole thing. And by a whole thing, I mean bottle.
I just gave her the one allergy pill or whatever, and she just was out. She's just laying.
Were you worried?
No, I was like, oh, she's just sleeping. I mean, she's just sleeping. She ain't going anywhere. And my wife was like, how much did you give her? I was like, I gave her half a pill. Oh, you told me to break it in half. She's like, where's the other half? I'm like, I threw it away. She's like, you gave her the whole pill. I know you gave her the whole pill. She was miserable. We were trying to help her sleep, and I was like, oh, just here, take it. You're fine. Like, you can't die from a 1-pill overdose of Benadryl, for God's sakes. But you would have thought that I committed some sort of war crime at my house that day.
Primetime, North Carolina.
The city.
Graham Taylor goes out by himself, takes his little speedboat out fishing.
Yeah.
He likes to go fishing out there. And he says he is 30 miles.
Good Lord.
Offshore.
Boy, he's going
by
out
himself.
He's going out there, which, by the way, you shouldn't do.
100% agree.
Yeah.
Like, you're asking for it.
Yeah. It's a long way to go.
Here's what happened. He said the ocean was pretty rough that day, and he was standing there fiddling with his poles, and a wave knocks him out of his boat.
Oh, boy. And is the motor still trolling?
Yes.
Oh, it's
The
going
motor
away.
is going. He is going 2 miles an hour on the boat, so it's still kind of puddling along.
Yeah, so there's on fishing boats like this, there'll be a trolling motor that you just
That it keeps it moving. It's not
Yes.
like in full gear, but it's moving,
That's right.
and you're not catching it.
He's
probably.
not catching it.
And I'm looking at him. Yeah, he ain't catching it. He's an old man.
So his boat
Oh boy.
is gone.
And you just watched it, just 2 miles an hour. Just imagine like a rascal just driving away from you, and nothing you can do.
The severe depression setting in as you watch it just putter away
Well-
would be brutal.
Oh my God.
Well, that's why I asked about the panic meter. I don't.
17. It goes to 11.
I mean, you want to talk about the most panicable moment?
Yes.
It's that.
At that point, I would not judge you for pooping your pants. Fear pee, fear poo, everything is on the table at that point. Your ass is dead. I'm hoping that he, as a fisherman out by himself, I'm hoping he was wearing a life vest.
It doesn't say.
If you have a life vest on, I mean, look.
No, he did. No, sorry, he
Okay.
did. Yeah, he said he did.
I was gonna say you're effed either
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
but at least with the life vest, you're effed until like the hypothermia kicks in.
He said, I don't panic. I just stay focused. I wanted to keep focused, and hopefully somebody was going to come along. But that's it. You have no.
Yeah, boy.
He's 30 miles out there. Like, you are at the mercy of luck.
Yeah, 100%.
And that is just terrifying.
There's no way he can try to play this calm, cool, and collected. There's no way he was calm. No.
Well,
no.
He was out there about an hour, just floating around.
Oh my gosh.
Nothing in sight but horizon.
Yeah, just
nothing.
What's happening here?
And a boat comes by and picks him up.
Oh my
Wow.
God! Can you imagine?
Another fisherman. No, I can't imagine. I can't
believe-
imagine any of this.
I can't believe they spotted him because, I mean, I'm guessing you haven't done a lot of fishing, but when you're out on those boats, you can't see squat in the water. Like,
Well, that's why it's so lucky. They
Yeah.
must have gotten so close to him that hey, wait, there's a guy right there.
yeah, because the old idea that you can yell at someone or someone can see you, dude, it is way harder to see anything out there, especially if there's some waves, the white caps out there. Dude, that someone is looking out for that. How long was he in the water?
An hour.
Just an hour.
Boy, just stunning.
Did they happen to see his abandoned trolling boat somewhere and work it backwards?
Well, no, what they said was they were going to go offshore that day, and the place that they thought they wanted to go first was pretty rough.
Yeah.
So they reversed course and they went somewhere else. He said they made a turn, came back, and my friend Dave said, hey, there's a guy in the water.
Just say, look
Just
at this.
Just dumb luck.
complete luck.
That's unbelievable.
Wow. Unfreaking believable.
And so they picked him up.
Dude,
Actually, they drove by and went home and then
You think
called
someone
911.
Poked at him with the stick. Don't worry, we'll send someone back for it. Don't have enough room on board. Sorry about that.
And of course, he's saying God leads you
Of
in certain
course.
pathways.
Yeah. God. So did God? And this is what I don't understand about these people. So did God tip him over?
Well, no, this is the hero guy, the other boat guy.
But even for that hero, does he think God threw that guy out of his boat so he could be a hero?
That's what I don't understand. If God directed that guy to save him, why wouldn't God just not have him tipped over in the water?
Yeah, why wouldn't God have just had him have a safe, pleasant fishing trip?
I don't understand that, but my family's big into that. My family, God saves them all the time, and I'm always confused by it. But hey, God works in mysterious ways.
Taylor, the guy who was in the water, said, I'm not somebody that goes to church regularly. Do I believe in something? Yes. What it might be, where it might be, who it might be, I have no idea. But I do feel that somebody was looking out for me.
Yeah, that dude in the boat. That is an amazing, that is crazy. Only an hour or two.
You know what the best part is?
Huh.
Well, maybe not the best part. But a residual side note to this story, notable notation.
I like notable notations.
They went and caught the boat.
Oh.
The
Well,
boat
that's
was
cool.
just rolling out. The boat was straight on course, and they just chased it down.
There's your cherry on top. You don't even lose
Yeah.
your lose
So
your
the guy got
vessel?
to drive
Yes.
his boat. Now, here's the thing. Do you have the balls to drive your boat back? And more importantly, do you stay out and do a little more fishing?
No, he did. They said he ended the day how he originally planned. He fished and went home.
Oh, dude, I'm going home right away. Like, what? He stayed out?
Yes.
Jeez.
And he did say he would have died without his life jacket.
Yeah. I was going to say, you You really got to make
And that's
sure.
his big message is, hey, wear a life jacket.
You think?
Thanks, Graham.
That was my first thought is, God, I hope you had one on there. Although, you know who doesn't need one? It's, to this day, it's the most amazing story I think I've ever heard, is the NFL fullback.
Was it Peyton Hillis? Is that
No,
who it
was Heath. Peyton Hillis saved some people from a fire.
Okay,
it was
that's what it
Heath
was.
something or other. He was like the Dolphins fullback. Is it Heath Miller? And same sort of thing. Like he fell off his boat and he was like 7 miles offshore, and the son of a gun swam back. Yeah.
Oh, it was Rob Conrad.
Rob Conrad.
16-hour swim for survival.
You were close, though.
Yeah. Why was
Heath
I
Miller,
thinking,
Rob Conrad.
Why was I thinking? Look up Rod Conrad, dude. That dude just looks like a freaking beast.
He swam how far?
I think it was like 7 miles.
It says it was a 16-hour swim.
Like through like ocean.
27 miles.
Oh God, I thought it was only like 7.
Said he was stung by a jellyfish.
Yeah.
Circled by a shark.
Yeah.
He was out there for 60. He had to have a life jacket, right?
No, I think he swam on his own. I don't think he had a life jacket.
No way.
Yes, I think he swam back.
I've never heard of this story.
You never heard of this?
When was this?
This was in 2015.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it was a while back. Yeah, he got knocked off his boat. Like, we'll read about it, but it's it's the most amazing story because I remember when
this story says he was 9 miles from land.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't think it was that far, and when he got to land, no one believed his story. They thought that he had been on some sort of like weird bender or whatever because the story, they're like, no way. Like, you didn't make it.
It says he swam to Palm Beach, covering a distance of 27 miles before ringing the doorbell of an oceanfront home at 4:30 a.m.
So what was it, 9 miles or 20?
Well, so basically, he was 9 miles off the coast.
Yeah.
But because of the distance, he ended up swimming with the current. They're saying 27 was what he ended up traveling.
Yeah, because he couldn't swim against the current or whatever, so he just had to go, like, if you've ever had that, like where you get sucked out a little bit, you can't swim back.
You can't go back. He
You're
just
like,
pushes you.
it's like diagonal. And yeah, I don't think he had a life jacket on. I think he just swam it.
Dude, that's nuts.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it says similar thing. He was fishing. He caught a fish. He was tending to it. A large wave hit, flipped him into the ocean, and his boat was on autopilot headed east. So it just trolled away from him.
Yep.
So him being only 9 miles out, he knew that maybe there was a chance he could get back.
And it said he was not wearing a life preserver.
Yeah.
The other guy was 30 miles out. He knew there was no chance he was getting back.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, whether life jacket or not. I saw a thing on to be in the water that long, because I saw a thing on like 60 Minutes or Dateline once about a father-daughter that got left behind. This does happen sometimes. They were on one of those like vacation snorkel things, and they got left behind because they were each other's partner. So you're supposed to have, like, when you go on those things, you're supposed to have a snorkel or a diving partner,
Yeah,
right?
kind of like a buddy system.
Yeah. Well, they were each other's, and they ended up like, I don't know, like the count ended up being wrong or whatever, and they got left behind. So they were stranded in the water for, I want to say it was like a day or two, and eventually they made their way to some form of like, there was like an outcrop, like a sandbar sort of thing, like a little rocky outcrop, and he said when he went up to get up on it, he was so weak that they couldn't, he couldn't get the up on this like kind of rocky embankment. And he said when he reached up and grabbed the rock to try to pull himself up, the skin on his hand completely peeled off like a glove because he'd been in the water for so long. And he said it was the most frustrating thing because they were there. If they could just get on this little island thing, they'd be safe, and they couldn't. You imagine it was only like a foot or two up, and they couldn't get themselves up on it because they were so exhausted. So they had to make their way around and eventually found an area that was small, shallow or whatever, and were able to get up on it. Yeah, open water, worst thing in the world.
Don't go fishing.
No, not by yourself. Well, and again, I had remember the Tampa Bay Buccaneer players that had their boat tipped over. Though one of those guys that died was one of my teammates in Tampa Bay. They went crazy from the hypothermia and were diving in the water.
Yeah, this guy texting in that Conrad's situation, one way it was a little different is that he could see land the whole time.
Okay.
And that, I'm guessing that helps a lot.
And he said he knew what direction to.
Well, yeah, you just go toward.
Yeah, I've got more details on this story. We can get to them when we get back, but they are harrowing. And he almost got rescued twice and then didn't get rescued.
Why?
Which, well, I can explain that too. But basically, one recreational fishing boat came within 50 feet of him and didn't see or hear him and just kept going.
Yeah.
And a search and rescue Coast Guard helicopter went right over his head and didn't see him and didn't stop. And so here he is, like fighting for his life 5 or 6 hours in, and he thinks he's getting saved twice and doesn't, and still has the will to
He made it.
keep going.
Dude, what a badass.
That dude is
unbelievable.
a champ.
All right, here's Buck with SportsCenter.
Now from the
What are you guys doing?
Nothing reading about Rob Conrad.
Yeah, Buck's reading to me about Rob Conrad. That story,
it's bananas.
Is really wild. Like he said that he got 5 or 6 hours in. So this is the guy. He's a football player. Falls off his boat, hit by a wave. Same story as in North Carolina,
but with no life jacket.
He has no life jacket. He's 9 miles offshore, and his boat drives off because his boat hated him.
Yep.
And
stop leaving your motor on when you're
no kidding,
leaning over your boat.
And then he said he just started swimming. He saw lights. He knew which direction to go, and so he just was like, all right. And he got 5 to 6 hours in, no life jacket. And that's when he realized he could do this. 5 to 6 hours.
Quote, 5 or 6 hours in, I realized maybe I can do this.
Yeah, it took him 10 more hours.
Yep, said he alternated between a breaststroke and a backstroke. He was worried that he was going to cramp or get hypothermia because, you can, the water was in the 70s, and so you think that's warm, but it's way less than your body temperature, so you will get hypothermia out there. And
it's not a matter if it's just wet.
Yeah.
Can you make it be out of time?
16 hours, and that son of a gun made it to shore.
No cramping. But he said he got all the way to the beach, and he started to hear the water change. Like, he'd hear the waves crashing.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I almost made it. So he gets there, and then he can't walk.
Nope. He had to lay on the ground and warm himself up
He was shaking.
until he could walk. And there is video, by the way, of him emerging. Like, the ABC News has video of when they found him. And yeah, he, freaking nuts.
Do you think that, how much of that is just his physical body and how much of that is his brain?
I think clearly being an NFL guy and being in good shape, because look, I hate to do it, but if you're some dude that hasn't exercised in 10 years, you're not making it. But I think most of that, honestly,
but even so,
I think most of that, besides the physical aspect, you have to be able to physically do it. That dude was just a guy that probably has an iron will. Like, I've seen enough of those stories about whether it's Navy SEALs or some hiker that's lost. And Bear Grylls talks about this all the time. Watching those survival shows, everyone does. He says, dude, the main part about survival is believing that you're going to make it out alive.
Yeah.
They consulted like a long distance open water endurance swimmer about what he did, and she said, I don't know that this is really about the swimming as much as it is his mental makeup as an athlete.
Yeah.
Toughness, having resolve, knowing things are going to be painful but getting through it anyways. That's what this was about.
Yeah, and they say that all the time, like in special forces training, that every one of those guys is capable of making it through, but only like 10% do. I mean, the one guy that makes through isn't physically any better than the other guys. It's just his mental. It's mental. And like I said, there was that other story, and there was a guy that I played with in Tampa who was a really nice guy. He was a defensive end, and dude was an absolute stud. Him and some friends. There was like 2 NFL players and then 2 like college players. They were all friends. It was in South Florida, and their boat got tipped, and they all made it back up to the boat. Right, their boat was just tipped over, and they couldn't get it flipped. And night hit.
They sat on it, right?
They sat on the boat, and they
or the under it, or
yeah, they were holding on. And the one guy that they found was holding on to the motor. And it was a really tough tale, but he said that everyone else lost it, and they had hypothermia. But he said all his friends, they started taking off one took off their life jacket and said they saw light down under the water and they were going to swim towards the light. Another one of his friends was trying to rip him off of the boat and drag him down with him. I mean, they just literally between the hypothermia,
they mentally snapped.
And they just snapped. And he managed to keep it together, and in the morning, someone found the boat floating and he was clinging to it. And again, physically, it was just he was able to keep it together and the other 3 guys weren't.
New investment opportunity. Kill switch in the event of a driverless boat.
That's probably a really good idea.
Like, why don't we have something similar to what you have on the jet skis, where like if you get thrown off, it just automatically.
Yeah, there's like a little, they have them on treadmills, for God's sake.
Yeah,
right.
You should just have a sensor that's in your pocket or whatever, and if you are not over the center of that boat and you are on the outside of that boat, that thing shuts off.
Yeah. Whoops.
Can we make $1 million doing this?
I don't know. Fishermen are like, I don't need this.
Well, it's not about the idea; it's about the implementation.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta now find a way to make the government make it mandatory,
There
and then
you go.
every boat manufacturer has to buy our part.
There you go. Bingo.
So let's do it.
All right, we'll be back to wrap it up after this on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
If